Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words. To remind everybody,
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know the
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
That's
we
something to
can
do with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I do know at one
Come
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
On the shores of the holy river Ganges is India's ancient city, Benares. For thousands of years come here to seek union with their God in whatever form, to bathe away their sins in the holy waters, to liberate their souls from the cycle of birth and rebirth. Three 3,000 years ago, nomad tribes entered northwest India and conquered the native peoples. In the mixture of races, early Hinduism was formed from a host of cults and nature gods. They call him Indra, Varuna, Agni, but he is one to whom sages give many titles. The teachings of Hinduism have been passed on in sacred scriptures, the Vedas, the first of them known more than 3,000 years ago. In them, the sages described the one spirit, called Brahman, in all life and worship. In the Vedas began the idea of the genesis of the world as a divine order, the Brahman, to be renewed by religious ritual. In society, the divine order expressed itself as caste. The Shudra, farmer and working man. The Vaisya, or vassal, merchant and craftsman. The Kshatriya, or noble, warrior, leader, and ruler. And finally, the Brahmin, teacher and spiritual man. In the 6th century BC, two reforming religions challenged the Hindu teachings of caste. Jainism, a doctrine of self-denial, and Buddhism, the way of enlightenment. The founders of these religions were of the princely caste. Mahavira, the hero of Jainism, and Gautama, the Buddha, the enlightened one. But Hinduism adopted many of their reforms in the worship of a trinity of gods. The Creator, the God of all religions. The Preserver and Savior, protector of the good. And the Destroyer, the spirit of death and rebirth. 200 years before Christ, devotion to these gods reached its height in the Hindu gospel, the epic of the Bhagavad Gita, the story of God's love for man. And 600 years later, in the golden age of India, it inspired the great Hindu philosophies. Here began the way of wisdom, deliverance from sin and rebirth by knowledge, seeking the Spirit of God beyond all existence. Through the centuries, Hinduism tolerated and accepted new religious truths and absorbed whole communities of reform into Hindu society. In the villages, society has remained almost unchanged for 800 years. Here, men of all castes may seek their own way to salvation. All gods, all rituals, all beliefs are accepted, for Hinduism is the religion of tolerance. There are three ways of salvation in Hinduism: the way of works, of duty to caste and formal ritual; the way of worship, of faith and devotion to a personal God; and the ideal, the way of wisdom, of renunciation of the world and union with the infinite. God, Brahman, is the essence of all religion. But God is not a person. God is the spirit in all things. It is in all action, all self, all being, in men, animals, plants. So for the Hindu, all life is sacred, but the world is a place of darkness and sin. The Spirit of God is divided. Each being, each self, is ignorant of its divinity. This is the message that the holy men carry with them. Man's worth is in his awareness of divinity, and the rules of life are set to bring him to union with the universal spirit. If a man has lived a good life, he will be reborn closer to the infinite. But he will be reborn a lesser being, even an animal, if he was sinful. No deed done can be undone. Man must attain purity through duty, self-surrender, service to the gods and to his fellow man. Thus all men, all castes, have their duty to each other and to the deity. The existence of divinity in all things lends dignity to the humblest action and the lowest caste. Utter no word to pain your fellow creatures. Revere the aged. Be self-reliant, humble and truthful. Eat no flesh and abstain from selfish indulgence. These are the ways of works. Sinners become pure by gifts. Good men by tolerance and peace. Those with hidden sin by reciting sacred texts. The holy and wise by discipline and self-surrender. To millions of Hindus, however, God is not an impersonal spirit, but a personal deity, a savior. For centuries, this faith has inspired Hindu art, literature, music, and the dance. Behind the crowd of images, behind all the deities, is the universal Godhead. It is the creator. It is the preserver. It is the destroyer. The Absolute takes many forms. It is good and evil, male and female, God and goddess. God is in all and is all. He is Brahma, the creator, the soul of all things. He is Vishnu, the protector of the good, a loving savior who comes down to earth in every age to lead mankind. He is Shiva, the destroyer, the immortal god of fertility and rebirth, the dancing god who makes the world his sport. Shiva is worshipped in the great yearly pilgrimage at Amarnath in the Himalayan mountains. Here, say the myths, he revealed the secret of immortality to his wife, Parvati. From his cave flow the waters of the holy Ganges. Though some literally worship his idols, to many Hindus the pilgrimage is a symbol of man's spiritual search, the search for union with the God who is felt in the fall of the leaf, in disease and death, in the cycles of generation and rebirth. Shiva is worshipped in female form as the goddess Durga, the Great Mother. She is the godhead of fertility, the energy of earth. In her, her devotees see the god of love and cruelty, the god of all nature, sometimes kind, sometimes terrible. Men call her by many names and worship her in joy and fear. The worship of the Great Mother goes back to the dawn of history. This is popular Hinduism, and it includes the worship of thousands of village goddesses and sacred objects. But it is tolerated by the learned, who say that man needs material forms to center his thoughts on God. Millions of other Hindus worship Vishnu, the god of love, who becomes a savior incarnate in every age, as Krishna, as Rama, as the Buddha. Hindus love him and worship him with joy. Praise be to Rama, to Krishna, to the Lord of Lords, they sing. Only act without desire, says Krishna. Each man is condemned to action, but by indifference to the self, to honor and shame, to pleasure and pain, we reach true purity. To those whose acts and thoughts are pure, he promises eternal paradise. For Hindus, there is an ideal way of salvation, the way of wisdom. It begins with the life of the student who goes to a teacher to study the sacred books. He wears the mark of his sect on his forehead. He must beg his food. He must practice the way of works, the duties of caste and religion. Then he may return to his family and marry. He becomes a householder and citizen, living the life of the world, praying for his ancestors, expiating all sins committed against living things. But if he feels a vocation beyond the way of works and devotion, he may renounce the world and become a hermit. He becomes indifferent to all that he loved. He renounces worldly objects. He seeks the God of gods in whom no opposition exists. At last he becomes a holy man, freed from the world of illusion and rebirth, seeking final liberation, absorption in the infinite. Let him not desire to live. Let him not desire to die. Let him wait for his appointed time, as a servant waits for the payment of his wages. In deep meditation, let him recognize the subtle nature of the Supreme Soul and its presence in all living. He who has given up all attachments reposes in God alone. He attains the eternal Brahman. Modern Hinduism was born of Indian nationalism and the reaction to Western religion and science. Now, for millions of Hindus, there is a renaissance of social reform and missionary activity. There has been a return to the spirit of true tolerance in the reform of the caste system. Untouchability is now illegal, and Hindus of all castes may live and eat together. Believing that God is in all religion, Hindus respect the teachings of other faiths. As water is called by different names, so the one God is called by different names, and his incarnations, Krishna, Buddha, Christ, are to the absolute as waves to the ocean. Believing that God is in all life, Hindus are led to their highest moral principle, non-violence, love and respect for all living things, especially the cow, the very symbol of unselfishness and charity. The cow, said Gandhi, is a poem of pity. She is mother to millions of Indian mankind. It is in this spirit that Hindus of all faiths practice love, charity, and unselfishness. By charity towards others, they seek union with God in this world of exile and suffering. They dispel the illusion that each soul is separate and alone. Modern Hinduism sometimes recognizes no gods. More often, it believes in the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. It rejects the abuses of caste. It rejects temples, priests, and images, and turns to study of the scriptures, tolerance, missions, and reform. But for hundreds of millions of Hindus, God is a personal being who has come down in many forms for love of his devotees. And for them, ritual worship is the beginning of wisdom. Like the husks of a grain of wheat, so rites and ceremonies contain the germ of truth, and every man must perform them before he reaches the center. I, Lord Krishna, say unto you, he who full of deepest devotion neither loves nor hates, desires nor despairs, and has renounced equally pleasure and pain, is dear to me. He who makes no distinction between friend and enemy, honor and shame, heat and cold, and who unremittingly shuts his heart to the world, is dear to me. When the fire of greed is out, and the smoke of desire rises no longer, then shall man know that God is everywhere, and that there is no other.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I have recovered from my lotus position and am ready to commence the show. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new, please subscribe to the show and share it out. In the fair warning, and I see 12th Man says he caught my last minute over on Bob's channel. This show isn't for everyone, apparently. And if it is your shtick, if it is your cup of tea, please do stay and share it out. We are on the drive to 500 subscribers. And I can tell you right now, it's going to be 500 subscribers who are hardy folk and like the rough and tumble of actual discussions. Ones, discussions where, no bullshit, no cap, no just, well, it could be or it should be. You know what? I'm over all that stuff. Deal with the problems as they are, play it as it lays. It is what it is, all that sort of stuff, and figure your way out of a problem. Don't tell me how it should be. I get bored with that sort of stuff. So I've got a few news articles, and at some point around about 10 o'clock or so, there's a Supreme Court case where they're going to talk about the Voting Rights Act. One of the provisions, it's basically going to be the road to gutting the provisions. And the Voting Rights Act is rather intricate. I'm not even sure I understand all the facets of it, but voting rights in the South are pretty important. And I definitely want to be here in this case. It will be live around 10. This particular video, I actually really like. It's short. It's a down and dirty about Hinduism, but I thought it was a great way to open the show. So welcome to Brian and CKJ3 and Cinderoni. It's good to see you in the chat, my friend. Good to see you. Untrackable, good to see you too. And 12th man, of course. And Zhang Wei was here early. I don't know if he's still here. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into the news. Already, and I think this is pretty minor, but it should be noted. Apparently, Hamas did not return all the bodies of the hostages that were no longer with us. The Israeli government is considering limits on aid to Gaza to penalize Hamas for not turning over more bodies of former hostages. But the devastation in the enclave complicates the retrieval of all remains. That's Hamas's story. So, I didn't think this would go off without some sort of hitch. We'll see how this turns out. But Israel is already talking about penalizing Hamas and Gaza. So let's hope this is just a little wrinkle and everything can be worked out. Please don't start the war anew. We'll see how it turns out. So ICE in Chicago. This is awesome. This is a great picture of smoke being tossed and just general mayhem. And I wonder if the cure is not worse than the immigration problem itself. You see protesters kicking tear gas canisters back at ICE, and ICE is throwing more. It's just a general mess. And one of the reasons I went up on Bob's show this morning was this notion that the National Guard is actually out fighting crime. They are basically there supporting the federal agents in protecting buildings, and the presence is enough apparently to quell some of the inner city problems. The problem is the National Guard is not fighting crime per se, and for some reason or another, these far right MAGA fans are thinking that obviously things have gotten better. My question to Bob and Blacks was, okay, well, you do realize these deployments of National Guard have end dates. What happens when the Guard goes back home? And they didn't have a real good answer other than, well, the locals, they have to change their mindset. They have to. I'm like, no. much like some of these wars from Vietnam forward, we go in, we kick ass, solve a problem temporarily, but what's the permanent fix? And I did not get a real good answer because no one's planning on a permanent fix. This is literally all politics. It could just be, hey, look at what we can do, but you got to keep MAGA in office to do it. And America doesn't work that way. As soon as the troops are pulled out and crime, and I pray it doesn't, but if crime goes back to kind of business as usual, once these guard units go back home, actually the way America works is Trump is going to be blamed. Much like the economy, Trump's mismanagement of COVID tanked his own economy, and Trump wound up not getting reelected because people blamed him because rightly so, he's the one who tried to put a fix in place. And this is just really, it could be done better. It could be better managed. It could be better thought out. And we won't, American politicians, both parties in general, are into fix it temporarily, then kick the tear gas canister down the road, and it'll be somebody else's problem. That's literally how our politics works. Since the beginning, since 1776, basically. So let's play this, and probably won't play all of it, but I'm interested in some of this narrative.
ICE is cracking down on Chicago. Some Chicagoans are fighting back. This article is by Julie Bossman and read by an automated voice. Federal agents deployed tear gas on Chicago residents and more than a dozen police officers on Tuesday, the latest clash in the nation's third largest city as the Trump administration has carried out its immigration crackdown. The clash began on Tuesday morning when federal agents were seen chasing a car through a working-class, heavily Latino neighborhood on the city's far south side, witnesses said. An SUV driven by the federal agents collided with the car they were pursuing, the Chicago Police Department said, sending that car into another vehicle that was parked nearby. After the crash, dozens of additional immigration agents in masks arrived, and residents emerged from their houses, gathering on streets and sidewalks, throwing objects at agents and shouting, "ICE, go home?" As the agents left, they released tear gas, apparently without warning, sending people coughing and running for cover. Among those affected by the gas were 13 Chicago Police Department officers, the police department said, and at least one officer was seen rinsing his eyes out with water from a neighbor's garden hose. A spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security said that the federal agents were conducting an immigration enforcement operation when two people tried to flee and hit the agent's vehicle. This incident is not isolated and reflects a growing and dangerous trend of illegal aliens violently resisting arrest and agitators and criminals ramming cars into our law enforcement officers. The DHS said in a statement. The statement said that federal agents used crowd control measures after a group of people gathered and turned hostile. It was one of many turbulent episodes to erupt in Chicago in recent days. Federal agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Border Patrol have roamed the city and suburbs making arrests, often pulling up to people walking along sidewalks, stopping them and questioning them. The agents repeatedly have been observed releasing smoke bombs, tear gas and pepper balls to disperse residents who gather or capture videos on cell phones, including when the agents were making arrests in densely populated neighborhoods. Chicago police officers, who have been called to the scenes of some clashes, have been exposed to tear gas from federal agents twice in the last 2 weeks. As the intensity of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown has risen, residents of Chicago are increasingly pushing back with fury. In the last several weeks, Chicagoans have formed volunteer groups to monitor their neighborhoods for federal immigration agents, posting alerts on Facebook and in Signal group chats when agents are seen. If agents are spotted on the street, motorists lean on their horns as a warning and sometimes give chase. Around the city last weekend, pairs of volunteers were seen with orange whistles around their necks, blowing the whistles at the first sight of immigration agents. One Chicago resident, Chris Molitor, stationed himself on a street corner on the north side on Tuesday, holding a sign denouncing President Trump and wearing a shirt critical of ICE. "We're seeing videos of people being abused," said Mr. Molitor, 64, who works in hospitality, nodding in the direction of a local taqueria whose owners were questioned by ICE. "There's got to be a pushback of some kind." Last month, Andre Vasquez, a city council member who is chairman of Chicago's Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, sponsored a community defense workshop to inform residents of their rights and help them organize politically. "Chicago's been doing just fine, and then these guys showed up," Mr. Vasquez said of federal immigration officers. "There is big concern about what these unidentified masked men are doing in the city without accountability. Chicagoans are just trying to live their life. We're not going to tolerate unconstitutional authoritarianism." Bystanders have posted videos of arrests that appear unrelated to violations of immigration law. Debbie Brockman, an employee of the TV station WGN, was pinned to the ground and arrested by Border Patrol agents on Friday while walking to a bus stop. A Border Patrol official said that Ms. Brockman had thrown an object at federal agents. Ms. Brockman's lawyer called the arrest an attack. Ms. Brockman was released without charges. Yoreli Jimenez, 21, a resident of Chicago's East Side neighborhood, said that immigration arrests had been the talk of the neighborhood and among her family. Ms. Jimenez and two others were recording federal agents in a Walgreens on Tuesday and hurriedly left the store to get away from them, she said. Inside, shoppers yelled at federal agents. Videos taken by bystanders show, "Real Americans don't want you here," one man said. An agent grabbed one of Ms. Jimenez's companions, Warren King, 19, on his way out, asking him why he was running and pinning him to the ground. It was uncertain what Mr. King was accused of, and DHS officials did not immediately provide a reason for his arrest. Video taken by another bystander and posted to social media captured Ms. Jimenez shouting at the agent in a panic. "He's a citizen," she said. Robert Kirito and Ari Heta Lajka contributed reporting.
Yeah, it sounds like a real fun time. And I've heard Chicago Rilla, I think, talk on other topics. To be honest, I'm not actually that concerned about Chicago or Memphis or any of it. I don't think the Guard, well, they're not doing law enforcement. They are basically there to kind of back up the federal agents. It's really just a show of force. So I've also noticed if you look at these pictures in the article, it's mostly Hispanics. I don't really get the point. Now, these the federal agents are going overboard. That part I do agree on. As far as Hispanics, sounding their horns and warning that people are here, they voted for this. They, in large numbers, voted for Trump. And the one thing I can give Trump credit for, he didn't hide any of this. He talked about what he was going to do during the summer of 2024. So I honestly don't understand why people are getting all in a panic. He told us what he was going to do. And bottom line is they're creating, I think that what I'm seeing here in this little video clip is unnecessary, and it's actually not the agents who are causing the problem. Follow the law. So I don't live in Chicago. Maybe I don't have the level of passion needed to speak on it, but I don't really care. It was always a Chicago problem, and Trump is handling it the best way he knows how. It's a Chicago problem. It's not one that I give that. It's not a problem that, other than doing the news, I'm not going to get personally invested in it. What do you
Well,
have to
you're
say?
100% right, Stanley. I mean, Trump campaigned on this, for goodness sakes. It's
Yep.
not like you
Don't.
didn't know it was going to happen, right? You nailed it.
Yeah. That's why I didn't vote for him. But if you did, you're getting what you voted for. I honestly don't understand. And the Hispanic community in Chicago, I don't get why they're upset. Now maybe they didn't vote for this, but he is president. Um, it'll get solved. That part I'm pretty sure of. So moving on, Trump says U.S. strikes another boat accused of carrying drugs in waters off Venezuela, killing 6. On Tuesday, United States President Donald Trump said U.S. forces struck a small boat in international waters off the coast of Venezuela, killing 6 people and confirming the vessel trafficked narcotics. Officials say the strikes respond to the Trump administration's view that alleged traffickers are unlawful combatants as outlined in a memo to Congress. Well, the problem is that memo is law because Congress sure as shit isn't passing any laws. At least 27 people have been killed so far in the campaign, but lawmakers say the administration has not provided evidence that the targeted boats carried narcotics. Well, apparently they don't have to. Frustration on Capitol Hill has increased as some Republicans seek more information from the White House, while Democrats say the strikes violate U.S. and international law. The Senate last week failed a war powers resolution. That's because there is no war. U.S. maritime forces have operated in the Caribbean since September 2nd, and Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino last week called the accusations false and warned of possible escalation. What is Venezuela going to do?
Stanley, that Maduro is a narco terrorist.
So yeah, I hear there's like I hear there's a bounty on his head of like $50 million or some obscene sum.
Like that. And then
so this is
the peace prize, right, Stanley? Like the
the lady, Machado. I forget her name, Maria something or another.
Maria Machado, yeah.
So this is just another article. It says in a social. He informed us in a social media post. The president said people aboard a boat were suspected of smuggling drugs for an unspecified group his team had labeled terrorists. Yeah, this is guess he'll get away with this. So the highlight of the day, the main event, Supreme Court reopens debate on key part of Voting Rights Act. Let's see here. I think this is probably a better.
What are they looking over, Stanley?
Well, let's find out. Fair elections and perhaps control of Congress. Brought this up yesterday. At stake is POTUS here's challenge to VRA. Essentially, it's arguing that that congressional districts, gerrymandering, can't take race into consideration when they draw these maps, which basically allows people, states in the South to gerrymander against Black people. What'll happen in Georgia, for instance, where Blacks in 2020 had quite a bit of power in getting 2 senators elected and defeating Trump. If this particular Section 2, well, let me read the article. But essentially, Blacks will lose political power, especially in places like Georgia, if the Supreme Court guts Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. It's the way America works. Among some voting rights advocates, the approaching oral arguments in Louisiana versus Calais, where the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a conservative challenge to the most important plank of the Voting Rights Act. It feels like watching a condemned prisoner shuffling into his final pardon board, hearing Here, his pardon board hearing while the guards power up the electric chair next door. This is it. I would bet my left arm that they will tell us that Section 2 is in violation of the 15th Amendment. Luis Fuentes Rower, a law professor at Indiana University Bloomington, told Democracy Docket earlier this year, referring to the law's ban on racial discrimination in voting. The stakes could hardly be higher. A ruling that strikes down or significantly weakens Section 2 wouldn't just deal a crippling blow to what's left of the most successful civil rights law in our history, giving states virtually free rein to draw district lines in ways that undercut the political power of minority voters. It also would give Republicans a major edge in the fight for control of Congress next year by allowing the dismantling of minority districts held by Democrats. A ruling against the VRA could give President Donald Trump and the GOP enough additional seats to lock in the party's control of the House for a generation. Passed in 1965, the VRA finally codified the 15th Amendment's guarantee that no government shall deny or abridge the right to vote on account of race. For decades, plaintiffs have used Section 2, which bans racially discriminatory voting laws, to challenge electoral maps that dilute minority voting power. So that's pretty much it. This basically, in what I said yesterday, is that this is deceptively important. A ruling against the way we draw district lines in places like Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Texas less so, probably Mississippi and Louisiana. The way these get the way they will be redrawn if the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, gets struck down, will essentially be a coup. It'll be a coup, a legalized coup. So that's my opinion. And again, at 10 o'clock or so, when I'm done, hold on one sec. At 10 o'clock or so, that's when this case will be heard by the Supreme Court, and I plan on tuning into that live. It'll be an hour or so.
On the East Coast, eh?
Eastern time zone, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I was wondering, Stanley, while we're on redistricting, did you hear anything about how California voted to Governor Newsom and all that? They were going to do some redistricting over there too, right?
Basically responding to Texas redistricting.
Yeah.
And I think Missouri has voted to redistrict. Utah has voted to redistrict, and one southern state, I can't remember. There's another state, a Republican state. Maybe it was Indiana somewhere. But anyway, California's just responding to Texas, basically.
Yeah. Do you know if that ever passed? Heard it.
Yeah, it's California. California is going to redistrict.
So it passed.
And there'll be one or two other Democratic states. Illinois wants to redistrict. Not sure about Michigan, but it's close. And basically, if things were as they are, Democrats would probably take the House by a narrow margin. If this particular voting rights Section 2 gets struck down, it's going to be interesting because the decision probably won't be out until next June or probably July, which is just a few months before the 2026 congressional elections. So it'll be interesting if the Supreme Court decides against, and I expect they will. It's I'm hoping what they'll do is, hey, yes, we're going to strike this down, but it won't take effect until after the 2026 elections. Because if they don't do that, that's literally going to be a coup. The southern
Now,
states are going to
Stanley,
go.
does that,
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Southern states like Georgia will definitely aggressively redraw, and you'll probably see a net loss of majority black voting districts. So, what do you have to say, 12th man?
well, I was wondering if the Supreme Court decision affects all these redistricting measures by all the different states. I mean, if the
Well, it's
how the
southern.
Supreme,
It will affect states that were affected by the Voting Rights Act, which are mostly southern states, southeastern states.
mm,
Let's see here. I got to find the
well, it's
right
gonna
tab.
be interesting midterm, Stanley. That's for certain.
Yep. So let's see here. This next story is Supreme Court turns away parental rights dispute brought by Colorado families. And I wasn't aware of this, so I'm going to read it. The Supreme Court on Monday rejected a bid to revive a lawsuit brought by two Colorado families who alleged their parental rights were violated when their children attended school-sponsored club meetings that included discussions of gender identity and sexuality and were allegedly discouraged from telling their parents about it. The High Court turned away the case. Justices Alito, joined by Thomas and Gorsuch, wrote separately to express concern that what Alito said was an unwillingness by courts to confront whether a school district violates parents' rights when it encourages a student's gender transition without the parent's knowledge or consent. I doubt that actually happens. Petitioners tell us that nearly 6,000 public schools have policies, as the respondent allegedly does, that purposefully interfere with parents' access to critical information about their children's gender identity choices and school personnel's involvement in and influence on those choices, Alito wrote. The troubling and tragic allegations in this case underscore the great and growing national importance of the question that these parent petitioners present. Well,
That's
I
a
mean,
good decision, right?
all of this is basically a result of somehow or another over the past 50 years. American parents have started to depend on schools to parent, and I don't know how you
Right.
put that genie back into the bottle. I was telling a story a couple days ago about my homeroom teacher, my chemistry teacher, basically asked everybody how they wanted to be named or identified on their report cards. And I'm not going to get deep into the story, but she didn't call the parents to go, oh, hey, how do you want your kids' names to be on the report cards? She asked the actual kids. And it's a rough parallel, maybe not the best analogy, but I don't understand why, if parents have a problem with it, school boards and school policies are set at the local level. That's probably why the Supreme Court wants no part of this. You need to be going to the local school districts or the actual schools There's a lot of things you can do. Why would you let your kid be in a club that you don't like? So anyway, I think that it was obviously a 6-3 sort of decision, and this is a local issue. I'm thinking that's why the Supreme Court didn't want to touch it. So,
Well, Stanley, you're right. It's a parenting issue. I mean, if you don't know enough about your kid to where you don't know if they're thinking about being a boy or a girl and say it's a boy or a girl, then something's wrong with the parent. It's not the school system. These parents don't read to their kids anymore or anything. It's pathetic,
okay, well,
man.
the reading to kids has nothing to do with this case.
Well, I mean,
So,
read with your kids. Like,
okay,
you
reading
know
to
all
these
such a
kids,
good
the
read.
kids we're talking about are high schoolers. They're way past the parents read to kids stage.
Okay.
So,
Well, if they still don't know if they have a dick or a vagina, I don't know what to say for them. You know,
well,
they're mentally ill.
better that you don't say anything. So, Trump halts Democratic districts. Targets Democratic districts by halting billions during shutdown. Yeah, Trump is all about retribution, and I guess he wants to make Democrats feel the heat. So he wants to blame Democrats for shutting down the government, and so he's
Right.
he's going to cancel, infrastructure money and that sort of thing for specific districts that are Democrat. Now the problem is why is the executive branch freezing money? That's probably illegal. Trump really needs to be stopped, quite frankly.
Hey,
Um,
Stanley, isn't that de facto defunding the police if you're gonna deny all this money to
no, it's
Democrat
not.
districts?
But I don't know
You're
what
de
it's.
facto defunding the police.
No, I don't agree with that. How do we know the money's for police? So let's see. He's saying, yeah, they're infrastructure projects. So not sure where defunding the police even comes in. And here's a map. So you're looking at like the New York City region. It's basically the Northeast, right about Chicago, West Coast, and then New Mexico. So he's targeted basically Democratic states: Illinois, Minnesota, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Washington, and Oregon. So yeah, we should never have a president who's just into retribution like this. That's why he's so unpopular, I guess. So we're going to talk about economy. Apparently, there are recession warning signs, which I'm going to play a little bit of this because I think we're in limbo. I don't know whether we're on the precipice of a recession. Trump sure doesn't seem to think so.
When trouble trickles into your life, Alpha is there, helping you wade or helper. A news story written by Rachel Lerman and Elena Lacey, and read by an AI-generated voice. No, Coachella's lineup dropping months earlier than its usual release isn't actually an indicator of an impending recession. But in the absence of official government data, social media users are casting about for hints, even music festival-related ones, about the true state of the American economy. The United States is not in or even near a recession, despite what your grocery bill feels like. But the economy is in an uncertain place, with a number of signs of weakness that economists are monitoring. For years, one of the best-known recession indicators has been the lipstick index, which posits that Americans stock up on cheaper feel-good makeup when times are tough. That one might be outdated, or at least different now, partly because of the popularity of skincare spending and changing consumer habits. Here are some economic warning signs experts say to watch for. Cardboard box production. Cardboard boxes power the consumer economy. They not only bring joy in the form of online shopping purchases, they are literally how retailers move goods. When cardboard box production slows, it could be a sign that people are expected to buy less in coming months. And cardboard box production is down. It's giving a signal that retailers are expecting fewer products to sell, so the distributors are not ordering as many boxes, said Jadrian Wooten, an associate professor at Virginia Tech's economics department. Box makers have shuttered several mills this year, reducing capacity for the material. Analysts point to a variety of factors. International demand for U.S. containerboard has weakened. People are moving homes less. The boom in box shipments during the pandemic has dropped off and consumers are watching their spending. The cost of many essential items continues to go up, which is crimping many Americans' disposable income, said Adam Josephson, a longtime packaging analyst who now publishes a newsletter about consumer spending. Consumer spending is still strong this year, rising in August for the third straight month. But much of that spending is concentrated among the richest Americans, while low- and middle-income families are increasingly cutting back. Hamburger Helper is back. Hamburger Helper sales have bumped up significantly this year, according to parent company Eagle Foods, as people seek out deals on groceries. For decades, people have...
That's
You
for
know,
people
that is,
don't know how to cook.
yeah, I was about to say, you could actually, I mean, something like a hamburger helper, it's so easy to make. Just get the noodles and the ground beef and the seasonings. I mean, you could literally do it for cheaper than you could actually buy a hamburger helper for.
Turn to the packaged pasta and seasoning meals when times are tight. Or,
Yeah, it's
as social
crazy.
media users
People
have been
don't know
embracing
how
this
to
year,
cook.
struggle
That's a
meals.
problem,
Since prices
Stanley.
soared in 2022, after the
Yep.
early years of the pandemic, American shoppers have increasingly been looking for ways to cut down on their weekly grocery bills. Grocery prices have risen nearly 30% since early 2020. That's given boosts to discount grocery companies like Grocery Outlet, Aldi, and Walmart. It could also be the reason that frozen pizza sales are rising, as people eat at home to save a few bucks. Even
Frozen
higher-income
pizza
shoppers are going to
sales.
discount stores more and more, said Neil Saunders, global director at retail analytics firm
Oh
Global
my
Data.
God.
In the past 4 years, the share of
You're
shoppers at all
killing me,
income levels who
Stanley.
frequent the stores has increased.
Okay,
People are
what makes
concerned
you
about the
think
economy as a
that
whole
you
and are trying to save
can
for
just
potential
talk
downturns,
over while
Saunders
these
said.
articles are playing?
People hear there's a tougher
Okay,
economy and they
my
think,
bad,
we should be
Stanley.
being
I'm
savvy.
sorry.
We should be being careful and cautious
Boy.
about our spending, he said. Sales of big trucks are slumping. Sales of huge trucks have been falling this year. We're not talking about America's darling, the Ford F-150S, but huge semi and similar trucks, the type that are meant to move goods and supplies around the country. If there isn't as much demand for those big trucks, that signals industrial activity could be slowing. A steep drop-off in sales has often preceded recessions. Some of the sagging sales in heavy trucks could be because the industry added too much capacity in the years since 2020, as consumer spending on goods boomed in the early pandemic months, said Ken Vieth, president and senior analyst at ACT Research. Heavyweight trucks are also facing a new hurdle after President Donald Trump announced last month that a 25% tariff would be applied to heavy trucks imported into the country. If there's a silver lining to this, it's that the trucking industry has been swimming in overcapacity for 3 years now, Vieth said. The first step to solving a problem when you're in the bottom of a hole is to stop digging. Thrifting is in. Browsing and buying at thrift stores has gotten steadily more popular in the past few years, partly to save some money and partly to score luxury goods at low prices. That shopping has boomed this year, fueled by shoppers seeking budget deals. ThredUp, a popular app where people can sell their used clothing, posted a 16% boost in sales during its second quarter of the year. Similar apps have seen a bump as tariffs start to take hold, making it more expensive to buy some new clothes and accessories. Sites like ThredUp and Poshmark can also be a way for shoppers to bring in a bit more cash by selling their used clothing. The trend points to the anxiety hanging over consumers as the economic outlook remains unclear. Consumer sentiment, a closely watched economic indicator measured by the University of Michigan, has fallen more than 18% this year. Consumers are just becoming more savvy about what they spend and where they spend, and there's a much greater emphasis on spending carefully, Saunders said. No more job hopping. Americans are feeling stuck in their jobs, as the number of job openings in the country stays stubbornly low. Hiring has slowed to a crawl this year, with employers adding 88,000 jobs during the summer. The rate of people quitting their jobs is at the lowest level it's been since the pandemic-fueled recession of 2020. That suggests that people are unable to find new positions or reluctant to risk a move in an uncertain labor market. Job switching is so fundamentally important to an economy's health, Alison Shrivastava, an economist at Indeed Hiring Lab, told The Washington Post last month. You really do need churn. That's the best way for workers to get better wages and to move labor where it needs to go. Right now we're in a stagnant place where people can't progress in their careers. Still, the labor market isn't all dreary news. The unemployment rate nationally remains at a relatively low 4.3%, and unemployment insurance claims have fallen since the beginning of the year. Home equity loans up. Residential building permits down. Home renovations are popular this year, with home equity loan originations jumping 12% during the first quarter. As home values have risen, people are borrowing against their most valuable asset. One of the main reasons to take out a home equity loan is to remodel your home, an option people are turning to this year because it is expensive and difficult to buy a new home, with mortgage rates still elevated and new homes stagnant on the market. People also take them out to lower their overall debt interest rates. Home improvements and debt consolidations are the top reasons, said Linda Bell, home equity analyst for Bankrate. But she cautions that the loans, though they may be accessible, are types of second mortgages, and
Yeah, I think we can just stop this here. Whilst I'm thinking about it, everybody please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're wandering and you're new, please subscribe to the show and stay a while. If you like it, then you will be sure that you subscribe to the right place. Share it out. I could use the subscribers. We are slowly but surely working our way towards 500 subscribers. So we have an option of being monetized. Not sure that's the route I'm going to take, but I'd like the option to say no. Support the host. It is the Sovereign Beer Fund is always ready for new investments. I figured out how to get a Cash App symbol up on the screen to make it easier and to keep it in mind that I do have subscriptions and other things that I pay for just to make sure that my information's up to date and have a variety of news sources, not just the New York Times. Try and use other news sources too. There are Substacks that I subscribe to, et cetera, et cetera. And one of these days, I'm going to figure out. I've been doing StreamYard month to month, and it's expensive. I would actually, StreamYard's actually pretty good, and I may wind up just biting the bullet and keeping it. I haven't had a chance to really figure out how to use. Well, I know how to put out a video using OBS. It's the other half of having people up on a panel that's complicated. Doing a show is easy. Having people up on a panel with OBS is a bit more of a challenge. And then there's what is it, Emux? I like Emux, but there's some things that I guess one of these days, I keep saying I'm going to do a Saturday, where I just do a show and try and figure out the whole thing. If I could get the functionality that I get with StreamYard in EVMux, and I'm sure I can, it's just a learning curve. And I just haven't. I've been too lazy to just do a whole like 8 hours on a Saturday, but it's way cheaper. So, who knows? Maybe it'll be this Saturday. But maybe not. But anyway, support the show, support the host, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new and you like the show, and let us move on. Instagram will limit content for teenagers based on PG-13 ratings. Does it really work at the movie theater?
Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
I've seen that earlier, Like, do you think it's gonna make that big a difference? Like,
Well,
kids
I
will
was
find a
about
way to get around it.
I was about to
That
say that since when do movie ratings stop, kids from seeing rated R movies? Now I am an adult, but generally, I mean, it's been a while. I think the last, believe this or not, the last movie I saw was Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse or whatever it was called. And that's what, fucking like 3 years ago?
Yeah, I
That's like
remember
three, it's like
when
three
I was
years
like
ago. And
7 years old.
the point I was trying to make is that I've never seen anyone at the doors because there are multiplexes. There'll be multiple movies and multiple, movie theaters.
Yeah,
I've never seen I've never seen anyone like checking IDs or tossing kids out. I've never seen age restrictions enforced at the movie theater. Maybe parents do. I don't know how it works, but I seriously doubt. Now the thing is at least online you'll be forced to enter your age. I mean, they kind of do it with porn sites, I guess, but
how would you know that?
um, well, I mean, it's kind of common knowledge. I mean, I've
I'm
ordered
just
bourbon
giving you
online.
shit, Stanley.
Well, yeah, you are. But I mean, if you ever go, because there's a place I haven't done it in quite some time, but I used to order like bourbon online. There's websites out there where you can get like Buffalo Trace, which is kind of hard to get sometimes. Plus, it's actually easier for me to order bourbon online than it is to actually go to a liquor store.
Really?
You know, well, yeah,
You
the nearest
can't do
liquor
that
store,
in Alaska.
the
They
nearest
don't
liquor
allow it.
the nearest liquor store is like 20 miles away. Why why
Yeah.
why go all the way there when I can just order it through the mail? But anyway, like I'm
Mine's like
saying,
8 miles
what I was
away.
trying to say is that you actually have to enter your age, like you have to verify your age. Now, I think at some point with biometrics and stuff, phones can scan. At some point in time, like if you're an adult with a driver's license or something, um, it's actually pretty easy to verify age if you use biometrics and that sort of thing. And
Right?
I don't think we're there yet on a large scale. But let's listen to this Instagram article. Teenagers limit them PG-13 ratings.
Well,
It's a short article.
I was hoping to share a story with you real quick, Stanley, before you go into that. Like,
Okay.
I used to work at a theater, right?
Hmm.
I pick up all the garbage at the drive-in, and then I could hang out in the theater movies all day. So I'd seen American Werewolf in London when I was like 6 years old, and like there's nothing in there keeping me out of R-rated movies. But you know what? Which one I couldn't quit watching was Indiana Jones and the Lost Raiders of the Lost Ark. Man, I watched that movie like 40 times, man. I could walk you through the whole Raiders of the Lost Ark. But, you know, but they want to go on about PG-13. Okay, you're not stopping kids from seeing anything. They're they're gonna find a way around it. That's what they do, right? Prove me wrong. Anyway, go ahead, Stanley. My bad.
Well, thank you for your kind permission.
Instagram will limit content for teenagers based on PG-13 ratings. This article is by Eli Tan and read by an automated voice. A year ago, Instagram made sweeping changes to the account settings of its teenage users after growing scrutiny from parents and lawmakers over child safety issues. On Tuesday, it took them a step further. Instagram, which is owned by Meta, said it would begin limiting the content its teenage users can see based on the PG-13 rating system used by the film industry. The policy, which will roll out by the end of the year, will also apply to conversations with the company's artificial intelligence chatbots, which lawmakers are investigating for having inappropriate sexual chats with children. By choosing the PG-13 standard, Instagram aims to make its new policy familiar to parents, said Max Eulenstein, the app's head of product management. PG-13 movies are generally allowed to have some swear words, mild violence, and partial nudity, although Meta said it would not recommend content with nudity to teen users. Our North Star in the teen experience is parents and what they're telling us they want for their teens, and that's what led to this development and why we focused on the PG-13 standard, Mr. Eulenstein said in an interview. Meta, which also owns Facebook, WhatsApp, and Messenger, has long contended with concerns over how its apps affect children and has promised to protect minors from inappropriate content since 2008. Mark Zuckerberg, the company's chief executive, has been grilled by lawmakers over child safety issues. Meta faces personal injury lawsuits in state and federal court that accuse it of harming young people with an addicting product. Instagram has hundreds of millions of teenage users, and the changes are its most significant update to teen content moderation since last year's policy overhaul, Mr. Eulenstein said. As part of those initial changes, the accounts of people under 18 were made private by default, which meant that only followers specifically approved by an account holder could see their posts. Last year's safety changes limited what material teenagers could be shown in their feeds. The changes announced on Tuesday will make it harder for teenagers to actively seek adult content and restrict them from interacting with certain accounts altogether. The app will also introduce a setting called limited content that parents can impose and is stricter than the PG-13 rating system. The changes are one of Meta's first major safety updates directed at AI chatbots, which are facing scrutiny for conversations that have harmed some users. On Instagram, the company has AI characters, which are chatbots with fictional personalities that users can message as they would other human accounts. Meta said these chatbots would not give age-inappropriate responses that would be out of place in a PG-13 movie. A movie is rated PG-13 after a panel of parents vote on whether it is appropriate for children based on Motion Picture Association guidelines. For its new policy, Instagram followed a similar process, creating panels with thousands of parents to rate material on the app that they deemed PG-13 appropriate. It will also use its latest AI to rate and moderate content, Mr. Eulenstein said.
All right. Well, that is interesting. So next, and I should have put this back up with the immigration news. Emergency Medicaid for undocumented immigrants accounts for less than 1% of state spending. That's a study. And it is a timely article in the face of the MAGA folks saying that Democrats are seeking to provide medical care for immigrants. I don't think that happens a lot. It's actually illegal for people who aren't here legally to even get stuff from the Obamacare system. And the emergency care, 1% of state spending. I think it's really just it's a bad argument that okay, I need to finish what I'm saying first, okay? It's a bad argument that, the medical system, costs are being driven up because of illegals. The numbers just don't bear that argument out. So what do you have to say, 12th man?
Well, I was gonna ask you after you get done reading this and look up the economic impacts of
I'm
illegal
not. No,
immigration?
I won't be doing that.
Okay.
So let me
So
read a
you
little bit
want
of
to see
this.
the facts?
Okay, no, I don't think you have an argument. And it's literally besides my
You
point.
don't think there's no economic impact to
I didn't
illegal
say there
immigrants?
was none. I said it's overblown.
Oh, you think so? Why don't you look it up?
Yes, I think so.
Because like
Okay,
$500
dude,
billion
I'm just
a
all I
year.
want to do, all I want to do is read this article. I don't feel like doing deep research on it.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
If you want to do the deep research, how about you do the deep research, then come back and contribute to the show your deep research.
Well, I'm telling you, it's about
Okay,
500
motherfucker, I
billion a
don't care
year.
what I don't care what you're telling me.
I've
What
already
is it
read
with
it.
what is it with you fucking MAGA people? Motherfucker, if I wanted to know what your opinion was, I would ask you.
Not an
And
opinion.
if you graciously offer it, I appreciate the offer, but no, we're not going in that direction. I said what I said. I'm reading this article. If you want to contribute to the show with your deep research, I encourage you to do it, but I'm not going to stop what I'm doing just to indulge your bad argument.
Well, please go ahead, Stanley. Thank
No,
you very
motherfucker,
much.
don't tell me to go ahead. I'm going ahead whether you please or not. Okay, and the idea that you can come up here and I have to entertain your argument, go back to fucking Bob's if you want that kind of panel. I don't have to entertain stupid arguments here. I'm not Bob. I'm not CT. I'm not John Galt or whoever the hell lets big babies like you natter on endlessly about nothing in particular, all the while with a blood alcohol level that would fucking fuel a truck. You should know me better than this 12th man. So, back to this
Yeah, I thought
article.
we were friends. Why are you talking about
Okay,
me like that,
motherfucker, you know
Stanley?
what? I talk to my friends worse than I talk to strangers because I don't talk to
Okay.
strangers.
Uh, so what you're really doing is giving me love. I got you, bro. We done.
Emergency Medicaid for undocumented immigrants accounts for less than 1% of state spending, a study says. And this is out of Emory University, University of Chicago, and Harvard. The School of Public Health looked at at a financial management report, financial management report data for fiscal year 2022 from the Medicaid budget and expenditure system. Of the 38 states that had data in Washington, D.C., the team found that emergency Medicaid spending for undocumented immigrants amounted to about $9.63 for every resident in those states, according to the research letter published Thursday by the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA. So the bottom line, and while it is an expense, it's not some monumental expense. And then I'm going to extrapolate to the Obamacare argument that the Republicans are making that Democrats want to fund illegal immigrants' insurance policies. At least in theory, if you're not here legally, you can't even interact with the online registration, that sort of thing. So, at least on the surface, and I will not be doing deep research because I don't care that much. I think the Republicans are wrong on this one. They're basically playing to America's innate racist attitudes. So, speaking of racists, airports refused to show DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's video blaming Democrats for government shutdown. This is literally, this woman is a fool, or she thinks others are fools. So, Kristi Noem wanted to get on airports' video systems and basically do political ads blaming the Democrats for 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 the government shutdown. And the key points: major airports in New York City, Nevada, New Jersey, Oregon, and elsewhere reportedly are refusing to air a video in which Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blames Democrats for the continuation of the federal government shutdown. The Transportation Security Administration, the TSA, sent requests to airports to air the video on screens near security lines. Democrats in Congress refused to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay, says Noem, whose department oversees the Transportation Security Administration. And if the Trump administration has any has their say, these people will literally have worked for free and will not get back pay. They'll just have worked for free, and that's that. They'll just be out some money. Now, maybe that only affects furloughed employees, but who knows with this administration? They're all a bit wacky sometimes. Major U.S. airports from New York to Florida to Nevada are refusing to air a video showing Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blaming Democrats in Congress for the ongoing government shutdown. I wonder if we could view that video. Let's see here.
I've seen Kristi Noem several times with eyes, like on the front lines. Like, she's not afraid of shit. Kristi Noem, yeah, that's my
Kristi
girl.
Noem's a moron. And her being out there with a rifle, unimpressive.
Maybe
so anyway, airports refuse to do it. They just like outright refuse to do it, and rightly so. Most of these policies, airport policies, don't allow for political videos to be shown, and wisely so. So Governor Janet Mills of Maine to run for Senate, aiming at Senator Susan Collins. I don't blame her. I think Susan Collins is pretty much outlived her usefulness. And if the Democratic governor is popular enough to be elected governor of Maine, she's probably got enough juice to at least put up a good challenge for Susan Collins, who's been in there forever. She's God only knows how old is Susan Collins. She's Susan Collins is 72. Yeah, it's probably time for her to oh shit. Well, Governor Mills is 77. Holy shit.
How old is Nancy Pelosi? Isn't she like 89?
Okay, why are we talking about Nancy Pelosi again? We're talking about Maine.
Well, like the names.
Okay, no. Don't skip off. Don't skip off with where you were going. My question is, why are we talking about Nancy Pelosi when we're talking about two main politicians?
Old ass politicians.
Okay, no. We're talking about Maine politicians, and I'm commenting on their ages. I'm trying to figure out where Nancy Pelosi comes in.
She's an old ass bitch just like they are.
Okay, let me go ahead, since you have fucking opened this bottle and let the genie out. I'm not gonna bother trying to put it back in. Okay,
Alright.
this fucking far right, MAGA inflected bullshit that most people who come on my panel couldn't fucking think their way out of a wet paper bag. Okay, Ryan is another one. Like, fucking every time I criticize a Republican, but the Democrats, fuck all that. Stick to the point or get off the fucking panel. I don't, this polite, I have to fucking listen to every mealy mouth whataboutism. Those days never were, and they're certainly not coming back. I'm talking Maine, and you want to bring up a California politician? Why is that again? How many politicians across the country are old? Why Nancy Pelosi? Why not Bernie Sanders?
I know he's not bad.
Dude, this whataboutism, you can't imagine how annoying I find whataboutism is a comeback.
Well, at least AOC and Kami Mandami are young.
Okay, we talked about Mamdani yesterday. No reason to talk about him today. So, D'Angelo, and to be honest, he's a little after my time, but he died yesterday of pancreatic cancer, and apparently, he was well loved in the music industry. So, rest in peace to D'Angelo. Wow. I know my sister was a fan, but I know who he is, but never really got into his music. Probably couldn't even name a song. So that's where we are.
That's a terrible way to die, Stanley. Pancreatic.
Terrible what?
That's a terrible way to die. Like pancreatic cancer means you can't eat nothing and shit like that.
Yeah, I actually had my first cousin who was in the Navy the same time I was, died of pancreatic cancer a couple weeks ago. Damn. And it was quick. Yep, I agree. So next on the agenda is the Supreme Court session, and I finished 10 minutes earlier than I expected to. Funny how certain panelists can make you speed it up. So what we're gonna do?
I'll self-deport if you want me to, Stanley.
Well, I'm done with the news articles now.
Soldiers.
But this is I'll just go ahead because I had this on tap. I've got some spare stuff to look at. That and cornmeal is going to be next. Oklahoma's MAGA school chief resigns in disgrace. I don't know that I agree with that. It sounds like he resigned on his own terms. He wanted to go do a thing. He wanted to go run a conservative think tank or something. So not sure that. Well, we'll listen to this. Maybe I'll agree. Maybe I won't.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. By now, a lot of you have heard about the idiotic Oklahoma State School Superintendent Ryan Walters. You couldn't have missed him because of the fact that he did everything he could short of setting himself on fire to get attention. Ryan Walters has been making a total fool of himself ever since that moron stumbled and bumbled his way into public office, and just like those clowns in Florida's school system who wanted to use it as a platform for their asinine performative extremism, Ryan Walters has also now been sent packing. The 1619 Project broke the brains, such as they were, of the white right, because it boldly told the truth about how America's wealth was built on chattel slavery, on the backs of black people. And when they heard that they were going to be teaching this in schools, it's like, whoa, with this whole reparations thing going on, it's like, we got to stop this now. That's the reason why they've been on this psychopathic jihad to attack the 1619 Project every chance they get. And the success of the 1619 Project and how widespread it became in the public mind led directly to Chris Rufo and his bigoted friends at the Manhattan Institute starting that whole critical race theory hysteria. These people thought that the schools were going to become a proving ground for their anti-black doctrine. Instead, it's been a proving ground for how to end one's own career. Ryan Walters himself had all kinds of idiotic ideas he had pushed, from demanding that the Ten Commandments be shown in every classroom, to having PragerU propaganda be shown to school children, and he infamously claimed that he would force every high school in the state to have a Turning Points USA chapter. However, by far the most reprehensible thing this guy did was when he said that the Tulsa Race Massacre wasn't about race at all. Why, to say that it was about race is to say that white people are racist, and you can't say that. He's been involved in one controversy after the next, one scandal after the next. Every time he opens his mouth, something stupid falls out. But this latest scandal has proven to be the proverbial last straw, and it wasn't even about him saying something stupid about race again. In fact, it wasn't even public. But that's how the last straw works. What happened is Walters and his colleagues had a closed-door meeting one day in July, and they claimed that during the meeting, pictures of naked women were showing on the TV screen. Apparently, somebody was basically intimating that Walters had pictures of naked women on his mobile device, and that's why it was being projected on the screen. Now, this was behind closed doors. Nobody actually saw this. There's no public images of it. But at least two...
You want me to stop it?
No, please continue.
people who were in the room claimed that it happened. Walters, of course, denied everything, but his own Republican colleagues hung him out to dry. State House Speaker Kyle Hilbert, a Republican, called the allegations serious and said that an expeditious third-party review was warranted. Quote, "I urge the state superintendent to unlock and turn over all relevant devices and fully cooperate with an investigation. If no wrongdoing occurred, a prompt and transparent review should quickly clear his name." But Walters wasn't about to go along with that, though he still protested his innocence, saying there is absolutely no truth to any implication of wrongdoing. In fact, Walters was so innocent that he opted to jump instead of waiting to get pushed and resigned soon after. And how much did his own Republican colleagues appreciate all the stunts he pulled? Oklahoma's own Attorney General, Gentner Drummond, a Republican, slammed Walters in a statement after the announcement of his resignation, saying on X that Walters' appointment as superintendent led to, quote, "a stream of never-ending scandal and political drama," and calling him an embarrassment to our state. This is what his own Republican colleagues were saying about him. Now, you would think that with MAGA mania sweeping the white right, they would have loved all of his little stunts, but instead they were looking and going, this is exactly the kind of stuff that gets us voted out of office. It's precisely the kind of idiocy that makes people look at the Republicans and say, these guys aren't crazy, they're stupid. So, what's the most uneducated educator in America going to do now? What do you think? He's going to go and do the right-wing grift full-time, just like Charlie Kirk and Barry Weiss and every other right-wing nut grifter who has any sort of name recognition. His entire time in public office was nothing more than one long advertisement for a wealthy conservative sugar daddy to put him on the payroll, and it looks like he found one. The so-called Teacher Freedom Alliance. Except they don't represent teachers at all. They represent rich white right-wingers who use groups like this to attack teachers' unions and who also think that they can make a ton of money if they could just get every public school in America to become privatized. Of course, these people see themselves as the ones who would be running those privatized schools. When Walters announced that he was going to be heading up this Teacher Freedom Alliance, he said, "We're going to destroy the teachers' unions." Well, if he does as good a job as that as he did being the superintendent of schools in Oklahoma, the teachers' unions can go ahead and already make out their victory speech now. So for those of you who have heard of this Ryan Walters clown and wondered whatever became of him, you see how quickly he crashed and burned. But his predictable flameout is not the reason that I decided to talk about him this morning. The reason that I made him the subject of this morning's briefing is that Democrats had absolutely nothing to do with his resignation. In fact, not one Democrat was running on a platform of undoing his stupid policies. None of them was trying to make him the face of right-wing extremism that needed to be stopped. Nobody was trying to make him politically toxic. None of them were trying to make his talking points into political radioactive waste. In fact, they did nothing about him and said nothing. This guy didn't get taken down by the Democrats, and there were no Democrats who were positioning themselves to do so. The fact that the trash took itself out is not a feather in the Democrats' cap. None of them are running on a platform to roll back this GOP nonsense and to reinforce a curriculum like the 1619 Project and teach actual history. The white right is pushing racist lies, specifically against black Americans, but not one Democrat is running on a platform to make the 1619 Project required education in schools, nor is even one of them talking about how they're going to get rid of all of that PragerU propaganda. They're not standing up for teaching about the Tulsa Race Massacre or anything else related to black history. Ryan Walters should have already been made into the face of performative extremism by the white right and make him into exactly the kind of avatar that Republicans would have to run away from, but Democrats have not done that and they're not about to. The reason that things like critical race theory get pejoratized is because the Democrats want it to happen. They create a self-fulfilling prophecy. They intentionally refuse to defend a policy that's under attack. They refuse to debunk lies that the Republicans tell about it. So of course the lies about those policies will be what people believe, because they're not hearing anything else. Democrats and the white left deliberately refuse to promote a counter-narrative to the white right's smears and lies. And to make matters worse, you have Democrats who not only refuse to defend these common-sense issues, but also many Democrats actively join Republicans in attacking them. That's why I constantly remind you of the lies that Negro Jim Clyburn told in 2020 when he blamed the loss of Jamie Harrison on people saying defund the police. Never mind the Democrats had a clean sweep in 2020, taking the presidency, the House, and the Senate. This while protests and uprisings were happening coast to coast. No, Democrats were already beginning the drumbeat of those lies that the very slogan that brought young people out in the streets had to be stopped. And in 2024, we saw what happened when clowns like Clyburn got their way. The Democrats got stomped easily in an election that they never should have lost. And even so, you still had liars like Congressman Jim Himes lying and saying that Democrats were still carrying the weight of defund the police. That's why we lost. It was defund the police. 4 years after the last time anybody had even spoken that slogan. These are all lies meant to distract people from what the Democratic leadership really fears, which is changes to the actual status quo. That's why we've seen people like Rahm Emanuel and Ezra Klein, all of these people from the white left and the Democratic Party or both, pushing the same line. You have to abandon any position or policy that would force change. When Rahm Emanuel talked about how Democrats needed to stop listening to those pesky activists and instead start courting what he called Biden Republicans, this is what I mean. Biden did everything that Rahm Emanuel would have wanted him to do. He turned his back on the very people who put him in the White House, and on top of that, gave money to the thugs in blue. And whatever happened to those Biden Republicans that Rahm Emanuel was talking about reaching out to? What happened was those Biden Republicans voted for the Republican Party. And then you got people like Ezra Klein saying that the Democrats need to reach out to right-of-center moderates, as he puts it. Never mind the fact that MAGA has pulled the white right so far to the right, there's nothing moderate about any of them anymore. So why are Democrats pushing for reaching out to people who hate their party and who hate their base? It's because that's who the Democrats want as their new base. That's who they're trying to court so they can rebuild their party along those lines. They want to be able to say, we had to turn to the right. Why, those black people talking about teaching real history and passing hate crime laws, they're just so fringe, they're so crazy. We can't win elections like that. Never mind the fact that the last time the Democrats actually won an election cycle was precisely because those very people were pushing those very policies and positions. These people are all over the place. The only consistent thing about the rhetoric from people like Jim Clyburn, Jim Himes, Rahm Emanuel, and Ezra Klein is that they all attack the very people who they claim they want to vote for the Democrats. Now, Republicans never do that. They lose an election cycle, they don't blame their base. Instead, they blame themselves and say, well, we weren't hardcore right-wing enough. That's what the Republicans do. No matter how rabid and foaming at the mouth their base may be, they never attack them. They never say, oh, there's something wrong with our voters. We got to find a way to straighten these people out. These people are so crazy, we can't win elections like this. No matter how many times the Republicans lose a particular election cycle, They never decide that that's an opportunity to attack their own voters. So you have the GOP attacking policies from the Democratic base, and you have Democrats attacking the base voters themselves. Now, I said all that to say this. When Democrats tell you that now that Ryan Walters is gone, you got to vote for a Democrat to take his place, so we can go ahead and get some good people in there, your question should be, why? What have Democrats said they're going to do? What Democrat has made a point of actually attacking the kind of anti-black crap that Ryan Walters was doing? What Democrat has made it their platform to attack those policies and make them absolutely radioactive to the public? What Democrat or Democrats are on an absolute jihad to make sure that Turning Points USA, PragerU, and all of the rest of these AstroTurf white right organizations get turned to mud in the public mind, to make sure the public understands exactly what kind of crap these people are? What Democrats are running any sort of campaign or running any sort of program to do that? They never ever try to go ahead and tell people exactly what these white right organizations are. They never try to attack these guys. They never make it a point to educate the public that these guys are toxic as hell. They don't do that to them. That's how you know they're controlled opposition. As we get closer to the 2026 midterms and the election cycle begins to kick into high gear, one of the things that the Democrats and the white left are going to say is that all of this racist indoctrination by the white right is so terrible, and you better remember that on election day. But what I remember is that Democrats have not said they're going to do anything about it. They'll tell you to vote for them because, well, they're not Ryan Walters or they're not Donald Trump. And we have seen time and again that as soon as Democrats get back into office, they do not do anything about any of those policies. They just let them stand. This is the political equivalent of the hammer and the anvil. And what is the anvil's purpose? What is the anvil's sole function? To not move. That's its job, to be unmoving. This is what the Democrats have done. So, as for Ryan Walters finding himself with all kinds of free time on his hands, I'd say that it's even money that in a couple of years he's going to throw his jughead crown in the ring and try to run for governor or for the Senate or something. I can't see him staying with some sort of right-wing grift machine that long. But who knows? Fools like him just never learn. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to...
All right. Well, we are basically just waiting for this Supreme Court session to start up. So in the meantime, we will find out the difference
view as a
between grits and
culinary
cornmeal.
canvas. Two prime examples are cornmeal and grits. These corn siblings cost next to nothing, are highly versatile, and can easily cook up recipes that are anything but bland and boring. Today I'm going to explain the similarities and differences of grits and cornmeal, use cases for each, and demonstrate ways to create delicious meals with both.
People, when I was growing up, I never even heard of shrimp and grits. I have no idea why people would want to eat shrimp and grits. It's disgusting sounding, and hopefully I will never have it.
Hello and welcome to I Want to Cook. My name is Chef Matt, and this channel is all about helping you be a better cook. And well, after watching this episode, you're going to know how to cook with both cornmeal and grits. Yes, this is another corny episode in that we are talking about two corn-derived ingredients. So let's get into cornmeal and grits. Before we discuss their differences, let's talk about their similarities because they have a lot in common. So the biggest thing that cornmeal and grits have in common is that they are both derived from corn. Although not necessarily the type of corn that you might be familiar with, the kind you see in the produce section. It has that lovely green husk, and you eat corn on the cob. It's delicious. But that type of corn is known as sweet corn. But cornmeal and grits are derived from a different type of corn. They're derived from field corn, which isn't as sweet. And specifically, these come from one known as dent corn. And it's called that because each kernel has a little indentation. It looks like it's dented. Well, that dent corn is dried and ground, and from there we get both cornmeal and grits. Now, because these come from corn and not, say, something like wheat, that means that both cornmeal and grits are gluten-free. And as a gluten-free person myself, well, it's a great option to have because you can make a lot of gluten-free recipes with both cornmeal and grits. These are both widely available and they're pretty inexpensive. A box might cost, maybe $3, and it can go a long way. Now, most of the corn and grits products that you'll find on store shelves, they have been degerminated. And what that means is, well, it's kind of like white rice, where they take off that bran layer, they take off some other layers in processing, and then they add nutrients back in. I know that sounds kind of unusual, but what that does is it also makes them shelf stable. So that means that these can reside in a pantry for a long time without spoiling, while also having lots of nutritional benefits, not just taking all that good stuff out and not replacing it. As for those nutrients, these are both really low in fat, and yet they have good amounts of both B vitamins and iron. They're nice and fortified with that stuff. That said, there are specialty versions of both of these. There's heirloom varieties and there's whole grain. And well, you can seek those out at specialty markets or online if you want something that is, well, a little less common than what you can just grab on the store shelf. But for most cooking applications, I find these perfectly acceptable. Okay, so let's start with cornmeal, and you're probably already familiar with this.
I don't know, Fred.
And cornmeal
I
can
haven't
really be
graduated
thought of more
to
as an ingredient than
shrimp
an
and
end
polenta
product
either.
of itself.
I know
That's because
fish and
we
grits,
use cornmeal
isn't
in
bad,
so many different
even though-
recipes, kind of as a supporting role.
So I
If
guess
you've ever
shrimp
had
would be okay. I
cornbread,
just didn't
for
grow up in
example,
it.
well,
I don't know why.
you've
it's
had
so popular.
cornmeal because that is a main component in that quick bread, along with flour and sugar and some other things like that. But, well, it gets its name because of cornmeal. Now, when you think about cornmeal or see it on a store shelf, it's probably going to be this kind here, this one that's yellow in color. There's also white cornmeal and even blue cornmeal, which is a bit less common, but oh so colorful. There's also coarse, medium, and fine cornmeal, which all have their own applications, and even the finest, which is corn flour, but that's kind of its own thing. Now, for the most part, these varieties are interchangeable and they can be used in various kinds of recipes. And while we've made a lot of cornmeal-based recipes over the years on this channel, we've made, of course, cornbread, we've made Johnny cakes, which are those delicious fried batter. You get kind of like those crispy pancakes from them. We've even made corn sticks in a Lodge cast iron pan. Those are absolutely delicious. We've made a porridge-like gruel, and don't forget that you can also use cornmeal as a coating. It's absolutely delicious when combined with some flour and egg and, I don't know, maybe put on a chicken cutlet and fried. That is absolutely delicious, and well, you can create all of those recipes with cornmeal. It's a really great supporting actor. For that reason, I always have cornmeal on hand in my pantry, especially being gluten-free, because it is just so darn versatile. It's one ingredient, but it can play a role in so many different recipes. Now, compared to cornmeal, grits are far more singular in nature. If cornmeal can make lots of different recipes, grits, well, they're pretty much focused on one. They're focused on grits, which is also the name of the dish that grits create. Now, you might be wondering, what are grits? And grits are actually a form of cornmeal. They're a specialty type. They're often made from hominy. And hominy, that is corn as well, but it's been treated with a special solution. It's called slaked or treated with lye to help loosen the kernels, and it does some other specialty processing of those kernels. Once those kernels of hominy are dried and ground, you often get grits. But the least you need to know is that compared to cornmeal, grits are far coarser. They're far, well, grittier. Now, as you can see here, there are different types of grits that you can buy. There's old-fashioned. These take the longest to make, it kind of like old-fashioned oatmeal. There's quick grits, which only take about 5 minutes. And then there's instant grits, which you could make an analogy to instant oatmeal, which cook really, really quickly. If you've never made grits before, I recommend getting this kind, the quick grits or 5 minutes grits, because, well, they only take about 5 minutes to make and it's so easy. Now, if you live in the American South, there's no doubt that you've made and had grits at some point in your life. It's very popular. But if you're elsewhere in America or even the world, I think they're worth seeking out because they are so delicious and, again, they're so easy to make. How easy to make? If you can boil water, you can make grits. Now, grits are usually made in a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 ratio. So, for example, you could use 4 cups of water to 1 cup of grits. Simply bring the water to a boil, add some salt.
And just for those of us, because I know probably Fred is the only one in this audience, maybe Dirty Dude, you always put an extra cup of water, if not 2, into your grits. That's just a tip. And I actually do make grits 1 or 2 times a month for breakfast. So I'm a fan.
And then whisk in the grits. From there, all you have to do is turn the heat to low, cover, and then whisk occasionally until the grits thicken up to your liking. It's that simple. Now, admittedly, grits are a bit plain just by themselves. Comforting, yes, but a bit plain, kind of vanilla. But that's where that culinary canvas comes in.
No. That's disgusting. Never mix your salt and butter. Don't fucking put cheese in it. Don't put sugar in it. This is disgusting. That he's showing it on TV. I might just strike his channel.
Add cheese to mine. You can also add other seasonings to make them savory, or you could go a sweet route. You could make them with, let's say, milk and sugar or cinnamon. Of course, a classic grit recipe is shrimp and grits. So what I do is I make a big batch of grits, I put in a bunch of shredded cheese, I melt that down, then I saute up some shrimp in their own seasoning, put it on top, and you have an absolutely delicious meal, shrimp and grits. It's very famous. Have you had it? Do you love it as much as me? Let me know in the comments below. Now, coincidentally, you could do this with cornmeal, and when you do it with cornmeal, it's simply called mush, which I think is one of the more fun recipes to say, mush. And we did something like that when we made gruel a while back. Gruel is simply a thinner form of mush, and that's a pretty interesting recipe too. I'll put a link to that video in the description below. I should also mention that you can make another special recipe with grits, fried grits. And what you do is you cook the grits as usual. You put them in a dish to let them sit, you refrigerate, you let them harden, and then what you do is you slice up the grits and then you cook them in some oil in a pan. You get the edges nice and crispy. It is delicious that way, and it's very similar to polenta. And this might also, well, bring you to the question, how does polenta factor in? Polenta is also a corn.
Absolutely, it is. It is sacrilege.
It is made from a different type of corn. It's made from a corn called flint corn instead of that dent corn, and it's processed even finer. If we need to do a whole episode on polenta, I will. Let me know if you want that in the comments below. So there you go. There's a little cornmeal versus grits tutorial. These are both wonderful ingredients in their own right. Again, cornmeal as an ingredient is just so versatile in so many different recipes. And grits, well, they make wonderful, dish called grits. Yeah, the name of the dish is also the name of the ingredients. A little bit confusing, but delicious nonetheless. Are you team grits or team cornmeal or team both? Let me know your favorite recipe, what you like to make with these in the comments below. Okay, trivia time. Last week I asked you to identify this strange looking item from the produce section, and several of you knew exactly what this is. No, this isn't a pear, it is indeed a chayote squash, a special type of squash that has this, well, very distinct indentation here. Congratulations to everybody who knew what this is, a chayote squash. For this week's culinary trivia, boy, look what I got here. Yeah, we're back at the produce aisle. Look at these odd orbs. What are these? If you know what this is or you have a guess, put it in the comments below. I will, of course, let you know the correct answer in the next episode. As always, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Until next time, I hope you want to cook.
Yeah, all right. Well, I had to know what he had to say. It's rare that you hear anybody talk about grits on YouTube cooking shows. So I was curious. I actually have cornmeal for arepas. I actually have the masa to make corn tortillas. I actually have cornmeal to make cornbread. I made cornbread a couple weeks ago. So we do a lot of corn in the South. And so anyway, what I am waiting on is the Supreme Court to start. Let's see here. Have we started? Just give me 1 sec here. Guess we're still waiting for them to start, so I'll move on to another video, I guess. Anchovies and sardines. I think we know the difference. One second here. I was hoping they would start on time, and I guess that was a foolish notion. You know what? This looks interesting.
Welcome to I Take Your Point with your host, John and Len. In this segment, we're unpacking a controversial story out of Des Moines. A superintendent celebrated for transforming schools and helping brown and black.
No, it's not. It's audio. Black men's sexual conduct towards women. The Roger Report. Fred, do you listen to the Roger Report at all? Deacon Dave has recommended it. I've just never really gotten around to it. Well, let's have a look at this. Let's see if we have another.
It's impossible for me to jump into questions regarding labor law without first acknowledging that this administration,
American Man, they're going to be talking about or doing a session on the Voting Rights Act, Article 2.
Massive crisis for hundreds of thousands of workers in my state and across the country. I am a senator and my home to the people of the state of Maryland, where we are the proud home of 494,000 federal workers and contractors. Today, we are in day 8 of a government shutdown, a shutdown that impacts each of these constituents. And let's just speak plain language. My colleagues have the keys to the kingdom. They have control of the White House, the Senate, and the United States House of Representatives. And so they are in control. And their refusal to come to the table in good faith and negotiate a plan that both keeps the government open and makes sure that health care is affordable and accessible is an abdication of duty. So many Marylanders would like to show up to work today and serve the American people, but have been left behind by this administration. Hundreds of thousands of civil servants have been either furloughed or are forced to work without pay, all because this president has decided to shut down the government. These dedicated workers, whether deemed essential or furloughed, are legally entitled to back pay at the end of this shutdown. And yet the Office of Management and Budget, headed by the, I would say, very sinister Russell Vogt, has used this Republican shutdown as an opportunity for open and blatant worker retaliation. Right before the shutdown, the same guy, Vogt, first said that he wanted workers and federal employees to feel so traumatized, this is his quote, that they would not want to come to work each day. He also instructed agencies to use a shutdown as an opportunity to issue permanent government layoffs. And just yesterday, reports surfaced that this same guy, Vogt, is now circulating a memo that would seem to challenge the legality of furloughed workers receiving back pay. And this is the same law that President Trump signed, and he said that he would refuse them pay. So, Mr. Abruzzo, I'd like to ask, you are a dedicated career professional who has defended workers' rights and protections under the law. Under the National Labor Relations Act, is it illegal for an employer to threaten employees with a loss of pay to coerce them during a lawful labor dispute?
Thank you for the question. And yes, it is. And I so appreciate you raising this issue because federal employees are the backbone of our government. They keep our workplaces safe, our food safe, our airspace safe. And they don't deserve this. They didn't ask for this. And they should not be bargaining chips in negotiations. As you correctly noted, this is a bullying tactic. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that the administration has inflicted trauma on these dedicated workers. And the president knows better. As you said, he signed the law in 2019 that provides for back pay for these furloughed workers who, I'm just reminding you, did not ask for this and want to get back to work.
Thank you. And you know, I want to use that same standard to illustrate, again, what's happening now. Let's make the point finer. Federal workers who are being prevented from working, they're locked out of their jobs. And as you've mentioned, we're not imagining that this was done by design. This guy, Russell Vogt, said it out of his mouth, that it is his intention to make sure people feel too traumatized to come to work. And so this is intended to hurt my constituents. And I'd like to ask you, what does it mean as the former NLRB General Counsel, Mr. Abruzzo, would you tell me what it means to cripple the investigative and enforcement functions of the NLRB, what it means for workers across the country?
Yeah, it means that the system is rigged against workers and they can't exercise their congressionally mandated rights to organize, unionize, and collectively bargain in order to get a fair share of what they deserve. And it is just enabling law-breaking activity.
And so just to be clear, and I just have a few seconds left here, the Department of Labor has furloughed over 76% of its staff, leaving a skeleton staff to keep American workers safe and protect their civil rights in the workplace. And just 24% of OSHA staff are working without pay. Just 10 employees are working at the wage and hour division, the division charged in part with preventing child labor. All 10 are working without pay. So this is a horrible mess. And I want to just leave with the quote of President Trump, who once looked into the camera and told us the following, and I quote, "If the government shuts down, I think the president would be blamed, and rightfully so." This shutdown lands at his feet. Thank you.
For the record, if Senator Schumer would agree to reopen, it could reopen tomorrow. Next is Senator Moody.
You don't hear a whole lot about Senator Also Brooks. I'm actually kind of looking at her biography here. She is, she's not Jasmine Crockett, apparently. Let's see. Duke University and Maryland Law. So she looks like she's pretty accomplished. Fred, have you I don't think you keep up with politics as much as I do. We'll have to look into her more. Good to know there is a yeah, apparently she does have class. Good for her. I'll have to follow her more closely. She's also kind of cute. I'm sorry to be disrespectful that way.
Insurrection Act in his effort to deploy the U.S. military.
And here is everybody's favorite president, especially mine. Yeah, I agree, Fred.
Weighing in today, he had a warning about what he believes would be the broader consequences of that action.
When you have military that can direct force against their own people, that is inherently corrupting. When you have what looks like a deliberate end run around.
Oh, this is that's right. This is Mark Maron's last podcast. He was basically the Joe Rogan before Joe Rogan. So American Man, thank you. Finally, an elegant black woman. They seem few and far between. Well, maybe you're looking in all the wrong places, American Man. They're out there.
But a law that's been around for a long time.
You need to come out of those bucket of blood type places out on the shore and
on domestic soil.
You're not going to find them at the local honky tonk.
Extraordinary emergency of some sort. That when you see an administration suggest that ordinary street crime is an insurrection or
a terrorist act,
that is a genuine effort to weaken how we have understood democracy.
All right, joining us now in the arena, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams and CNN chief national affairs correspondent Jeff Stanley are here. Scott and Jamal remain with us as well. The text chain is also
shit! I didn't.
on the left
she
side
was the
of
one
your
who
screen.
defeated
We're gonna have
Larry
additional
Hogan.
analysis
Wow.
for
Okay.
you while we continue to chat here. Jeff Zeleny, you covered Obama's entire campaign, right? And I'm.
Hey, did y'all know Angela Also Brooks is also the first black senator from Maryland? I did not know that. She beat Larry Hogan, who was the governor of Maryland. So damn, we will definitely have to start keeping up with her.
I'm struck by the contrast of the candidate that we saw in 2008 and the energy there and sort of the laconic stylings of the now former president and the way he is coming across. He has not said a lot. That was more than really he has said in the past about the country, the president, and what he clearly seems to think is a slide toward authoritarianism. What do you make of his decision to kind of enter the chat in this way, so to speak, and the message that he has?
Look, he's been doing it with increasing frequency after being relatively silent throughout much of the first Trump administration. Obviously, during the Biden years, it was a little awkward for him to speak out. He's been speaking out much more this year, I think, than he probably has over the last almost 8 years combined. Look, he came across as more the professorial Barack Obama, a little bit above it, taking a look at it. What I was most struck by was his sort of admonition to progressives. And that reminds me of something that we heard from him actually pretty frequently. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. He said this, he said, I'd say you can't just be a scold all the time. And he said progressives have a holier than thou superiority. So yes, he has some strong words to say for President Trump and the state in which the country finds itself, but also a little bit of tough medicine for Democrats and progressives as well. So I thought that was that's probably his biggest contribution to the chat, if you will, as Democrats try and rebuild themselves and rebuild their party out of the wilderness. He's trying to be pretty, trying to put his thumb on the scale in terms of the direction of the party.
Is he right, Jamal?
Well, first of all, I think he's back in his office. What's with the muted tan tones? The Oval Office looked that way.
So I mean, it's like
the
beige suit became a room.
I never liked it. Listen, he is saying what is on a lot of people's minds about getting out there and talking about the creeping authoritarianism that people feel is happening in the country. One thing about Barack Obama today is that he has a lot more freedom to be able to speak out. He's a president, so he has immunity. So Donald Trump actually can't attack Barack Obama with his legal forces the way he's doing with other political opponents. That's not insignificant. And so the president, I think, has to step up and speak out in a way that maybe some other Democrats won't be able to. But I did learn this when I worked for Bill Clinton as a kid, which is it takes a horse to beat a horse. And I think this is what Barack Obama is talking about. Put your own ideas on the track, get them out there, let people judge them versus Donald Trump's, not just be a scold about how bad Trump is.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean.
Actually, American Man, I'm actually glad you're here. I was on Bob's panel for the very first time just before this show started. And the reason I went up is Bob and Blacks were talking, and I hadn't talked with Blacks in a while. So I get up there, and the only reason I actually went up there because they were, praising, Trump's work in Memphis, specifically in Chicago. Blacks is from Chicago, so he has some authority to speak on the topic. And my question was, well, this is all well and good. Crime is down in the short term, but what's the long game? And basically the response was, well, the local people need to have a change of mindset and all this stuff. And I wasn't about to have any of that. Bottom line is you get in there and you change things, but you don't plan to basically keep the numbers low. If you manage to get crime at like all-time lows, what's the point when the guard goes home? It's just going to escalate again. And if the answer is, oh, I went in there and showed them how it's done, well, you know what? They couldn't figure it out after decades. Why do you think they're going to learn from your basically interfering with the prime directive? And don't get me wrong, I think that Trump did something that was maybe should be done. The fault I'm going to find with Donald Trump is, what is the term? He doesn't have a long-term plan. And you know what? If he doesn't think it's his job to do a long-term plan, well, that's fine as well, but articulate what the ultimate goal is. And I'm sure somebody must have asked him from the press corps, well, you know what? You got crime down. What are you going to do to sustain it? And even if he just said, hey, I've given all the tools to local law enforcement, but he hasn't. Okay. And Memphis is in a Republican state. I'm unimpressed that the governor of Tennessee didn't do it on his own. It took Donald Trump to do it. Okay. The National Guard works for the governor. I'm pretty sure the governor could probably go, oh, hey, look, y'all go in and stand on some street corners. This is a problem. There are Republican governors who have sat on their hands for decades as well and not dealt with it. It took Donald Trump to give them some balls. There's all kinds of problem with this shoddy, not very well thought out, just basically turning the National Guard against U.S. citizens. It could have been way better thought out. It could have been way better planned. Once again, I don't have a problem with a lot of Trump's goals. I have a problem with his methodology and his execution of these plans. It's just pretty much low budget.
He's been the most hyper political and hyper partisan post president we've ever had. He's still acting that way. They're not over the fact that Donald Trump won the national popular vote last year, and they keep warning about the same things that they were warning and fussing about during the campaign, to which the American people then responded to. I think Donald Trump is executing every part of his agenda in almost exactly the way that he promised he was going to, up to and including enforcing
That part
laws
is
in
true.
the United States that have been on the books for a very, very long time that his predecessor chose simply not to execute. You throw that on top of the fact that he's
Did I sing your song talking about Trump?
No, you mentioned Blacks and Bob.
Oh yeah, they were up on Bob's panel this morning.
Well, let me answer the question for you, right? Have you ever been a part of a company that had a CEO that was running it terrible, and then they brought in another CEO that runs it
No,
great,
I can't say I have, but I understand your point.
right? And then so what happens is the blueprint is now laid for the next CEO. And so that's ultimately the only thing that can be done, right? Like you can't
So
permanently
he's in there setting a precedent.
Yes, right? And now, and also, excuse me, I'm enjoying some eggs here. Also, right, what happens is I think it's also a
Wait, are you playing something? Oh wait, hold it. Hold on one sec here.
no, I'm not playing anything.
Okay. Well, the Supreme Court has started. Go ahead. I can join them in a minute.
Also, I think it's also to point out how the Democrat Party is just sitting on their hands and allowing all this to happen.
Okay,
Now,
I'm
in the case-
confused.
Now, in the case of Tennessee, well, I know you just want to talk about Tennessee because
No,
that's a
I don't
Republican
want to.
state.
I don't want to even get city specific. I'm actually looking at it from Trump's perspective. I don't get why he's doing it this way without writing down or somehow or another recording what he's doing.
Well, again, right? Just
You
because you
see
haven't,
what Trump has always done is he leaves it up to his base to explain what he's doing
no,
instead of
incorrect.
explaining what he's doing from the top.
Incorrect.
Nobody knows what Trump is doing better or why he's doing it than Trump himself. I would argue.
Okay, so let me tell you why you're incorrect, and you're being incorrect on purpose.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you are. You're incorrect because, right? All of this is done with the help of local law enforcement, no matter how you try to slice it. And so therefore, those at the top know the formula. And so it's up to them to continue to implement the formula that leads to success.
Okay, whatever
And
this
I'm sure you're
dribble.
wise enough to know that.
No, I expect a president to be presidential and tell the people what his plan is. Okay, this isn't like we are the enemy, and if he leaks the plans, the enemy can take advantage of it. The bottom line is he is president. It would be nice to know what is the groundwork he is laying and why he is laying it.
Well, so I would agree with you under normal circumstances, Stanley. Right? I don't disagree with you, but let's be honest. And of course, you're not going to be honest because it's not in you, and you're a child of the lie. But I think you and I both know that there's an entire like apparatus that is just anti-Trump for the sake of being anti-Trump. And so if Trump says don't jump, they're just gonna jump, even if it's off a cliff to a 50-foot death prong. I think we all know that, right? Of course, you won't admit it, but you know it. And so therefore,
no,
and so
I
see?
think a president should be presidential.
Sure. I mean, a president should be coherent, yet we had Biden. So
Well, no. I didn't say coherent. I said presidential.
right. I heard you. I was just making a point that a president should also be coherent.
What you were doing was putting words in my mouth.
No, I was not. I was just making a point. I never said Stanley said. But it's okay. I expect you to be obtuse. So yeah, that's basically what happens. Like, if he goes out there and says, this is my, let's say, 5 to 10 point plan, all they're going to do is find a way to thwart every effort while screaming racism, white supremacy.
Okay, so he has to keep this close to his vest. I get you.
Yes, because literally,
okay.
I think you and I both know that there are people out there that are just anti-Trump to be anti-Trump. Look what happened with the Tylenol thing. Look what happened with that, right? That Tylenol itself came out years ago and said pregnant women shouldn't be taking it. And all of a sudden, people start going retarded out of their mind just because Trump said it.
Well, Trump said more than pregnant women shouldn't be taking it.
Oh my God.
He said a little bit more than that.
Okay, Stanley. All right. All right. Anyway, go ahead and do the Supreme Court thing.
Okay. You do know that I think a president should pretty much say what he's going to say. And quite frankly, I think if the president went out and said, hey, look, I'm tired of hearing about this inner city be brave bullshit. I'm going to go and fix it. Then I just think that he could probably, I personally think that if Trump had played these cards right, he could probably single-handedly bring a huge swath of black voters to the Republican Party. And he chose to be sloppy and just plain old brutal about it. I think a good politician, one of his missions should be to solve the problems, the crime problem in the inner city. The second one would be to do what Andrew Johnson couldn't do and be the Moses for the black people and bring them over to the Republican Party once again. He's just not that talented a politician.
Elected federal district. I'm sorry. I'm glad you emphasized that.
If I might just finish the question.
Yes.
Sometimes federal district courts.
Now, what is going on here? Why can I not hear this?
It's sometimes acceptable for a federal district court to order a map that intentionally discriminates on the basis of race.
I'm having all kinds of technical difficulties today.
Formulation. So first and foremost, forth maps that discriminate and that use race in an excessive fashion. The only actor that has broader leeway are states.
Hold on one sec.
Because
I'm
we
having
give
technical
states
difficulties
breathing
here.
room. We give states wide
Maybe I
latitude
need to
in
put
order
you in
to
a new
balance their
tab.
political interests and concerns.
So federal district courts can't discriminate on the basis of race in remedies, but states can?
There we go.
Federal district courts can only order maps that are constitutional. And again, the constitutional boundaries are between Jingles and Shaw, which sometimes
you said
permits
states
race.
have more breathing room. So do they have the breathing room to intentionally discriminate on the basis of race?
They don't have breathing room to intentionally discriminate on the basis of race. They have breathing room to use race to remedy their own discrimination.
Okay, thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh? Just the hang up there is the word discriminate. but your answer is that they can intentionally use race in those circumstances, correct? The federal district court.
If needed, and there are often a wide range of possibilities and alternatives that don't require that.
And by the way, the mistake that lawyer made, she used the word discriminate, which is definitely going to get the antenna raised by the conservative justices. And Ibrahim Kendi made the same mistake in his anti-racist arguments. Using the word discriminate is literally like catnip to these far-right MAGA types.
And deferring to Congress is, I think, not what we're supposed to do. So what, if we're not just deferring to Congress, is there anything you can point us to that would not allow it to extend forever? The intentional use of race, which you acknowledge in response to Justice Gorsuch.
Sure. Well, we maintain that there does not need to be a durational limit, but there is some guidance that this court could consider. So, for example, in Grutter, the court, Justice O'Connor, suggested that affirmative action did not need to endure beyond another 25 years. She forecast that another generation might need affirmative action, and ultimately this court thought otherwise in SFFA. So that sort of runway, that advance notice, that expression of an ability for Congress to intervene if it disagrees with the court or decides it wants to remedy on its own, that is the type of guidance I think this court should consider if it feels that it must pursue a durational limit on Section 2. And again, we don't believe that's necessary.
Do you, Justice Kennedy, in 1994 in Johnson versus DeGrand, he said a couple things I just want to get your reaction to. He said the sorting of persons with an intent to divide by reason of
process of race. It brings racial groups together, and as I mentioned earlier, many of the VRA opportunity districts ultimately convert to non-majority minority districts. Not all VRA opportunity districts are majority minority districts. And in fact, we see greater racial harmony and less racially polarized voting as a result of Section 2 districts. So Section 2 is addressing a pre-existing problem. It is not producing it. And in fact, it reduces it more broadly across society.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So we've assumed, without deciding, this is picking up on Justice Gorsuch's questions, that complying with Section 2 is a compelling interest for purposes of the 14th Amendment. Correct. And now this is kind of picking up on some of Justice Alito and Justice Thomas's questions earlier. How are we to think about that when we're thinking about the Robinson litigation? Because it was a preliminary injunction, and Louisiana, of course, argued there that no, it wasn't a violation of Section 2 to have those maps. So I guess, how do we judge the compelling interest in avoiding a violation of Section 2 if the state doesn't really think it violates Section 2 and it hasn't been finally adjudicated yet? How do we approach assuming that compliance with Section 2 is a compelling interest? How do we think about that in a context like Robinson?
So states can, for good reason, draw a map that addresses Section 2 prophylactically. Here we have a finding from a district court based on a robust evidentiary record that we were likely to succeed on our Section 2 claim. This is not the first case. There are many cases that have provided the basis for an opportunity map to be drawn just on a preliminary injunction motion. And again, that finding by the lower court was affirmed by 2 federal panels of the Fifth Circuit, and this court had an opportunity to revisit the Robinson litigation and did not.
But what if, district courts sometimes make errors of law, right? So what if the district court, I guess I'm trying to figure out how much weight then the district court's finding has in comprising that compelling interest in avoiding the Section 2 violation. Do you see what I mean? Like, what if the district court was just wrong, and what if the state thinks that the district court was wrong?
Well, the state has already conceded that it.
Okay, no.
The state already conceded that it should comply with the Robinson decision.
Right. I mean, it got complicated here because of all of the other litigation, but why don't you just strip out what happened and answer the question, like at the time Robinson was decided, if Louisiana thought that the Robinson court was wrong, that the district court was wrong, but it wanted to avoid the court-imposed map, wanted the opportunity to draw its own map. Justice Kavanaugh's been asking you what role race can play without running afoul of the Equal Protection Clause. And the state would have to say at that point, well, we're weighting race heavily because we have a compelling interest in avoiding a Section 2 violation. And the state's position might be, we don't actually really think that we violated Section 2, but we have a litigation risk. We know that if we don't draw this other map, the court may impose one. On that understanding, on those facts, not concessions and whatever is made, is that then a legitimate, compelling state interest when there is the possibility and the state in fact thinks that the district court was wrong?
It is still a compelling governmental interest. The state can do what it did here, which is to appeal to the Fifth Circuit, and the Fifth Circuit considered the same evidence and unanimously found that the Robinson court was correct. Yet another Fifth Circuit panel also affirmed that decision.
Justice Jackson?
So in essence, are you saying in response to Justice Barrett that it's a compelling interest nonetheless because the state has an obligation under our Constitution and under Section 2 to provide an equally open electoral process?
That's correct.
I mean, I guess what I'm trying to really wrap my mind around is the different stages of this case and like the different questions at issue, because it's complicated. But I think the beginning of the whole thing is the requirement of equal protection in the Constitution and Congress's determination under Section 2 to make sure that that is being provided to minority groups in the electoral process by having a statute that requires states to provide equally open electoral processes. I mean, that's what we said in Milligan. We were very clear that individuals lack an equal opportunity to participate when a state's electoral structure operates in a manner that minimizes or cancels out their voting strength. I mean, everybody, I don't think there's a disagreement that we have this initial goal, which is providing equal opportunity. And so then the Robinson court is asked under Section 2, is this a situation in which that's not happening? And they go to trial and they bring in a lot of evidence and they do the thing, and the Robinson court says, yes, this is that situation. Fine. I guess I don't understand why the Robinson court's decision is before us right now, because what I understood is that as a result of the Robinson court's decision, Louisiana then enacts a map that it believes will remedy the violation that the Robinson court has identified, and we're here on a challenge about that map. That I think we call as a Shaw problem. We're here deciding whether they can use race as a remedy, as people say they did in the construction of this map. So I guess I'm not even clear why the Robinson court's initial identification of the problem is being questioned as a compelling interest, because there's an interest in not having an unequal electoral system, right?
That's correct. The Robinson decision is absolutely not before this court. There's no record in the Cali case to support that.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Aguinaga.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Race-based redistricting is fundamentally contrary to our Constitution. It requires striking enough members of the majority race to sufficiently diminish their voting strength.
All right, I'll see you later, Stanley.
And it
I'll be
requires
listening
drawing
in the
in
back.
enough members of a minority race to sufficiently augment their voting strength. Embedded within these express targets are racial stereotypes that this court has long criticized. They assume, for example, that a black voter,
Okay, American
simply
man,
because he
thanks
is
for
black,
stopping
must
by.
think like other black voters.
Well,
share the
I
same
am
interests,
sure
and prefer the
wait, let
same
me
political
stop this
candidates.
right quick.
And this stereotyping
Look,
system has
it
no
is,
logical endpoint. We are
it is terribly boring, this Supreme Court stuff. But like I said, this could actually be extremely important, because if they get in here and strike down this particular part of the Voting Rights Act, it could literally change the 2026 elections. And if states can go in and re-gerrymander to get rid of some of these basically black/Democratic districts, if they can dilute that kind of vote, they could literally do a very, well, it would be a de facto coup. So this is extremely important. If y'all are bored, that's fine, but I'm riveted.
This would be a different case if the court thought it was worth revisiting the longstanding assumption that compliance with Section 2 is a compelling interest. Your Honor, we've thought all along, and in my colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh back in March, we discussed our longstanding position in our state legislative map litigation, where we have taken the position that Section 2, insofar as it requires race-based redistricting, is unconstitutional. This court's re-argument QP squarely tees up that question, and so our duty of candor requires us to give the court our honest answer to that question.
General, the race-based redistricting that you're now objecting to is redistricting designed to remedy a specific, identified, proved violation of law. More, a specific, identified, proved racial discrimination by the state. That's the way in which the race-based districting is coming in. It's coming in as a remedy for specific, proved discrimination on the state's part. How could that possibly fall subject to the categorical rule that you're suggesting?
Your Honor, I respectfully but firmly resist the premise that this comes to the court on a finding of specific discrimination by the state. I think if anything is clear about how Jingles plays out on the ground, it is that once you run the three preconditions and get to the totality of the circumstances, it's anyone's guess what the alleged violation is. I mean, I think Justice Thomas's colleague—
General, I mean, what Jingles does, and the idea that this is like 50 years later, this is not a kind of Shelby County thing, where one could say that Congress had acted and 50 years later, the conditions on the ground might have changed and there would be no way to respond to that change. Because what Jingles does and what these Section 2 suits do is they ask about current conditions, and they ask whether those current conditions show vote dilution, which is violative of Section 2. So they say, is there racial segregation, racial residential segregation now? Is there racially polarized voting now? And when the state fails with respect to those issues, when those conditions obtain now, what our precedents say, and what you're asking us now to change, what our precedents say is that when those things operate currently, right as of now, and are proved in a courtroom, that still there can't be a race-based remedy.
That's correct, Justice Kagan, and I think the two trends that my friends on the other side point to, the rates of residential segregation and the rates of racially polarized voting, are what allow them to get past the Jingles preconditions. They've told you at page 33 of their yellow brief that those things are worse today in Louisiana than they were in the 1980s, and this court said at page 228 in Northwest Austin that those sorts of factors are not evidence of intentional discrimination. That's not intentional discrimination, Justice
It's not intentional discrimination because Section 2 is not about intentional discrimination. Section 2 is about effects discrimination, is about Congress saying, and specifically in response to a decision of this court, that intentional discrimination and the values behind that prohibition can only be vindicated if Section 2, under Section 2, the state shows that the effects are not discriminatory. And, Congress put this court, in its place when it said that. And so what Section 2 does is to say where the effects are discriminatory, such that people are not having the same, African Americans here are not being given the same voting opportunities as white people are, then a remedy is appropriate. That remedy doesn't have to be race-based, but sometimes it is race-based in order to correct the racially discriminatory situation that exists in the state right now.
And Justice Kagan, if Congress had attempted in 1982 to make a record of intentional discrimination in districting, and today, if there were a record of intentional discrimination in districting, then there might be a congruence and proportionality argument to sustain race-based redistricting as a remedy. But I think something that you don't see in the congressional record in the 1980s and something that doesn't exist today is that justification. And that's why I think—
Counsel, that's because they weren't dealing with the history of it. They're dealing with the current situation. And Gingell's is, as Justice Kagan pointed out, what's happening today. And are there lingering effects of the past? The one thing I look at is Alabama's maps for the last 30 years.
You know what? I'm going to have to,
Robinson Court.
I'm going to have to make this comment. Let me pause this. Dude, I feel Sotomayor's pain here, where this little young lad wants to gish gallop off into what he wants to talk about versus the question asked. I run into this on this panel, this Stanley versus the world panel all the time. So salute to you, Justice Sotomayor. Salute to you.
Part of redistricting always. We've said that the only actionable part that's intentional if it predominates. But race is always a part of these decisions. And my colleagues are trying to tease it out in this intellectual way that doesn't deal with the fact that race is used to help people. Legislators might try to keep an ethnic community in one district. They might consider it to get a sense of which district to draw an incumbent into. They might review it to predict what kind of issues a district voter might be particularly interested in. They might use it to inform partisan goals. We permit all of that. What you're saying to us, if you use it to remedy past lingering discrimination, intentional discrimination, then you can't use it. You can use it to help yourself achieve goals that reduce a particular group's electoral participation. But you can't use it to remedy that situation. That's what you want us to hold.
Justice Sotomayor, my humble point is that the government has no business telling citizens in which districts they may live or what voting power they may
But it's not
exercise.
doing that, counsel. The 6 plaintiffs in this case are white plaintiffs who live in a district with black voters. So no one's keeping them out of that district. No one's stopping them from participating in the voting process. No one is stopping them from trying to run candidates or support candidates that reflect their views.
That's right. Notice how she cuts him off before he just goes spiraling off into what he wants to talk about. She reins him back in to deal with what she's talking about. This is giving me flashbacks to me and Mike 123 talking.
To remedy something in some ways.
Your Honor, my friends on the other side walked into the Middle District of Louisiana. May I finish very briefly?
Yes.
Walked into the Middle District of Louisiana and demanded a majority black district. What's the purpose of that kind of district? The avowed purpose of drawing a majority black district is to diminish the voting strength of some racial groups and augment the voting strength of others. And
thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas?
What role did Robinson play in the development of SB 8?
Justice Thomas, Robinson is the only reason SB 8 exists. We fought tooth and nail in the Robinson litigation itself in telling the courts that we did not think the Constitution permitted us to draw a second majority black district. As you know, under protest, we drew SB 8 because the threat was that the federal courts were going to do it if we didn't. And that's, I mean, I think that's the best way to conceive of why SB 8 exists. We would never pass SB 8 in the first instance without Robinson, Justice Thomas.
What were the findings in Robinson?
The finding by the Middle District in Robinson was that the plaintiffs in this case were likely to show a violation of Section 2, and the likely violation, and I'm using very broad terminology because I do not know what the underlying violation is. I can't articulate that for you, Justice Thomas, because I don't think anybody can. But I think the finding in the district court's mind in that case was that the likelihood of a Section 2 violation meant that a majority black district was required, a second one. And I think like that was the bottom line, and when our legislature saw that, we understood the marching order, and that's why you see SB 8 as it exists today.
Just briefly, what were the findings that led to that conclusion?
Well, Your Honor, running through the preconditions and the totality of the circumstances, I mean, I think the totality of the circumstances did most of the work for the Middle District in Robinson. Senate Factor 1, the official history of past discrimination, Justice Thomas, we can never outrun the bad era of poll taxes, of grandfather clauses, of literacy tests. I think we're always going to lose across the board on that kind of analysis, and that's what the Middle District in Robinson focused on, is how bad was Louisiana in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and, you know, add all that together, and at the end you have a vote dilution finding that I don't think is clearly articulable in the way that SFFA requires a finding of discrimination to be specified.
Justice Alito?
Can I clear up a couple of factual points that have been brought out by?
Let me pause this right quick to comment. This case is so important that Fox News is carrying it live. And I don't know what to say. I guess I'll, if I do an evening show, I'm gonna just fucking, I've got some comments about, not about this case in particular, but just something I've been mulling over. and I have a feeling that my buddy Dirty Dude is just gonna agree with this. It's like people will fucking talk about what's happening in the hood or what's happening, why can't black people get together and pool their money and start a business? Motherfucker, this is history happening right now. And all these people would rather listen to a CT and all that fucking day-to-day fuckery. This is huge. This is literally like could be a linchpin on the direction this country goes for, if not ever, for decades to come. And people aren't that interested. And I guess I understand why, but I have a little bit of bitterness. I have a little bit of bitterness that black people aren't listening to this. This is huge.
The record wrong on this because it was a while back, but if I recall, the district court looked at the three main parishes that make up District 6 now and looked at it and said they have a commonality of history. Many of its residents go from where they live near the Baton Rouge area to work or go to school, and they go back to their communities. They have long family ties between the communities and among the communities. There may be a difference in education and some income differences, but that's true of all the districts.
I 100% agree, Dirty Dude.
You've got the districts that are
It's not certain, but it damn well could be.
In the north, there's less money than in other areas. So those differences are not meaningful.
Because I'm looking at the number of people in the chat, American man.
Of the commonality of interest of that black community. You may disagree with it.
Oh, I didn't mean overall. That's actually an astute point, American man. I did love that point.
You're disagreeing with it, but
I mean the usual people who listen in this particular sector of YouTube. That's a very good point, American man. Good correction.
Asking about what the minority group does and thinks and prefers, it is exactly the sort of racial stereotyping that this court's precedent says is impermissible.
Counsel, with respect, the last time the SG was here before us on behalf of your state, they said that race did not predominate just with your creation of District 6, because what you were trying to do and why it's oddly shaped was to protect incumbents. Are you walking that back?
Your Honor, our position in our supplemental briefing on racial predominance is as follows. If race is a non-negotiable in the drawing of a new district, we think that should satisfy this court's predominance analysis. And the argument you...
But that's just it, which is, was it? What really was non-negotiable for you was nonpartisanship.
That's...
And you could have picked one of the other maps, the illustrative map. You didn't have to, but you drew this because of your partisan needs more than because of race.
We drew it for partisan reasons, Justice Sotomayor. My point, and the point we make at the end of our opening supplemental brief, is to say when this court's racial predominance questions ask about non-negotiability, it shouldn't matter if race is the one non-negotiable factor or it's one of 10 non-negotiable factors.
Well, but we always talk about what predominates, and what predominated here was politics. That's what you said the last time. Thank you, counsel.
Justice Kagan.
General, a couple of years ago when we decided Milligan, the party there, the state there, made several arguments that we specifically rejected. And in the answers that you just gave to me, it seems to me that you've repeated each and every one of those arguments that we rejected. So I'll just run through a few of them. What they said was that the 15th Amendment permits Congress to legislate against only purposeful discrimination by the states. We rejected that. We said,
yeah, they want to make it
Section
colorblind.
2, which is an effects-based test of vote dilution, is permitted under the 15th Amendment. There, in Milligan, the state said that the 15th Amendment doesn't authorize race-based redistricting as a remedy for vote dilution Section 2 violations. We said, no, that wasn't correct either. You just repeated it, but we rejected it. And they said that we should adopt an interpretation of Section 2, and I'm quoting here, that would revise and reformulate the Jingles threshold inquiry that has been the baseline of our Section 2 jurisprudence for several decades, and we rejected that as well. So each of the propositions that you're putting forward here, that Section 2 has to be limited in some way just to purposeful discrimination, that it doesn't authorize race-based redistricting as a remedy, and that we need to fundamentally overhaul the Jingles threshold inquiry, was rejected, I don't know, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, by a majority of this court.
Justice Kagan, the court has never addressed and rejected the two key parts of our argument here. The first is the court has long assumed, without deciding in cases like Cooper versus Harris, that compliance with Section 2 is in compelling interest. We're asking the court to finally decide that question and answer it no. The second question, the Allen court
but you're asking us based on arguments that have been specifically rejected by this court over many decades and 3 years ago.
Your Honor, this is an antecedent question that the court has routinely left open in its voting precedents, and that's why we're asking the court to address it here. If I could just answer the second question that the court has left open, in Allen, the court left open the question of whether a logical endpoint is identifiable in the race-based redistricting context. And our submission to the court is it's time to answer that question and answer no, because there is no logical endpoint to race-based redistricting under Section 2 as the court has construed it.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
I'd like to get your views on pages 25 and 26 of the Solicitor General of the United States' brief, where they say this court should hold that the plaintiff's illustrative district cannot disregard the state's political objectives, and further say that Section 2 plaintiffs cannot claim a lack of equal openness or politics rather than race is the likely reason for the state's refusal to create a majority-minority district. You have thoughts about the Solicitor General's approach, and then in the course of answering that, do you see differences between your basic submissions and the federal government's submissions? I'm going to ask them that too.
I do, Justice Kavanaugh. I do think the top line response is we like the proposal and we don't. I think we like it insofar as you know from our original briefing and our supplemental briefing that the thing we want most as the state is clarity in this area of the law. And so any remodeling of jingles that brings about that clarity, of course, we're going to like. I think the reason we don't like it, there's a practical reason and a doctrinal reason. I think the practical reason with the proposal is that you're probably going to see a new front of Section 2 litigation over what any new test means and how it plays out on the ground. And so I think the upshot is the courts are going to continue to be inundated with Section 2 cases under this new test, if it exists. So as a practical matter, I don't know that we get much
What's
benefit.
the practical lack of clarity that you see? I guess I would have thought that solves a lot of the concerns that you've identified and that the amicus briefs that support your side have identified so far.
Yes, if I could answer that and then get to the quick doctrinal point.
Yes.
On the practical point, I do think that you start to see hints of this in the Robinson Appellant's yellow brief, the supplemental yellow brief, which is there's going to be a lot of disagreement in the lower courts about racial predominance. That is a critical trigger in a lot of this court's cases. And unless there's absolute clarity about how that analytical framework shakes out, then you're still going to see this onslaught of litigation that you see today in the Section 2 context. The doctrinal reason, Justice Kavanaugh, why we're not totally thrilled with the proposals, I think it's just a half solution to the constitutional problem, because at the end of the day, what the government's asking you to do is keep jingles in some form. And as we've laid out in our supplemental briefs, jingles 1, 2, and 3 are expressly built on the sorts of racial stereotypes that the court's cases say are impermissible under the Equal Protection Clause. And so I think that any test, whether it's good or bad as a practical matter, that at the end of the day is asking the government to assign voters to different districts on the basis of their race and is engaged in stereotypes about how members of a race, simply by virtue of their membership in that racial class, think, I think that's a constitutional problem. And so that's why it's not wholly fulfilling.
I think the reason they say we haven't really addressed their proposal before in our jurisprudence, in part because before Rucho, states wouldn't articulate that objective explicitly, and therefore it's an open question. Do you agree with that?
I think as a practical matter, that's probably true, Your Honor. I mean, I think pre-Rucho, states were going to be very hesitant to venture out to say, overtly, like politically, like here's what we're doing. And so that is, I think, a great explanation of why the court's cases have treated the political versus racial divide as it does.
And just on common ground here, because I think it's always important in a case like this where there's disputes to identify what's common ground. Justice Jackson said the goal is equal opportunity for all Americans. I think we all agree on that completely. And the goal, of course, is racial non-discrimination. But at the same time, given history and given Congress's action, the goal is making sure that there have been sufficient remedies for the history of discrimination in the United States, and we've seen that in the school desegregation context, and the college admissions context, and a variety of contexts. And then Ms. Nelson, I think, suggested if there is going to be a temporal limit, she doesn't want one at all, but then I think she said if there's going to be one, it should be identified in advance. And I just want to get your response to that.
Our response to that is simple, Your Honor. Over 3 decades, dating back to Shaw 1 and Miller, the court has always qualified its voting cases with the caveat that racial stereotyping is bad, the 14th Amendment forbids it, and in all events, it can't persist. I think anybody remotely involved in redistricting knows those caveats and has been on notice since the 1990s. And so, as recently as this court's plurality opinion in Schuette and then SFFA, where the court again reproduced that black letter law that racial stereotyping is not permitted under the 14th Amendment, the warning bells have been sounding for decades. And I think that's a long enough notice for anybody involved, Your Honor.
In response to Justice Kagan, Ms. Nelson said that Black representatives and justices in Louisiana have primarily, if not exclusively, been elected in minority opportunity districts, and that the results would be terrible. You want to respond to that?
Sure, Your Honor. I mean, I think there's been a lot of sky is falling rhetoric from the other side in this case. And I just want to give you like one political reality why I think that's a little overstated, which is remember that in a case, like use a state like Louisiana, Republican legislature, if a Republican legislature wants to maximize its political seats, draw a 6-0 map, remember what has to happen with the hundreds of thousands of Democrat voters that currently exist in the majority Democrat districts, District 2 and District 6. They have to go somewhere, and that means that if the legislature wants to take the risk of maximizing, what they're doing is turning safe districts for high-profile political incumbents purple. And that, I think, is a very dangerous political risk. I don't know what our legislature would do if the court rules in our favor, but I'm just saying that's one political reality that makes me pause and say, I don't think the sky is going to fall.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
Just have a clarifying question to see how I'm thinking about this and or the arguments that are being made. Would you say that Section 2, insofar as it goes beyond just intentional discrimination, because as Justice Kagan said, Congress amended it when we said that before, is itself an exercise of the enforcement power? Judge, I'm going to assume here that Congress's enforcement power is necessary and the congruence and proportionality test applies to Section 2. Do you agree with that conception? And I guess just to tell you where I'm coming from, I mean, it's one thing to say that the map itself is the remedy, but it might also be that the statute itself, insofar it goes beyond intentional discrimination, is the remedy. Is that a way to think about it, or is that how the arguments are going?
I think that's right, Justice Barrett. I mean, I think the court's precedents assume that if a plaintiff in a Section 2 case can prove up the preconditions and the totality of the circumstances, the automatic remedy, at least in this case, is going to be a majority-minority district. And I think the court's precedents assume that that is statutorily mandated. Like that's just the natural the consequence of a violation finding. So I do think it's built into the statute.
Yeah, what
now, there was a lot of
they've
discussion
actually
earlier about whether we're
also
attacking
done
Section 2 itself,
in the
like
recent
facially, and
past
that's just not true.
is individuals can't bring suit.
Solely on this
It would never be that
redistricting as a
easy
remedy. I think all the other
to
applications of Section
to
2
even
that this
bring
court consider
suit.
remain fair game if a plaintiff especially can show intentional discrimination.
Unless you're a,
of course, that all remains fair game.
well, essentially, if it's not the Attorney General of the United
race to draw
States
district lines
bringing the suit,
insofar
you
as the
can't
court
bring
has
suit.
understood that to be mandated by Section 2 to remedy an alleged
So
violation.
you don't understand yourself to be arguing that any part of Section 2 is itself unconstitutional, but simply is the way that courts have been applying it goes beyond.
That's correct, Justice Barrett.
Bullshit.
This court's precedents culminating in SFFA have said if the racial classification that a government's employing
Okay, so all of a sudden the results matter?
that's the
I thought results didn't matter as long as the law itself
So where in
was
Section
okay.
2 does it mandate another minority district? I mean, my understanding.
These MAGA
as I
motherfuckers.
explored with Ms. Nelson is that Section 2 is the mechanism by which we determine that equal electoral opportunity is not being provided for a certain minority group. And we've interpreted in jingles, we've given some flesh to how one goes about identifying that set of circumstances. But I thought that's the end of it in terms of the court's announcement under Section 2, and the court then turns to the state and says, how do you want to remedy this? We've got a problem. And sometimes the state might draw a second minority district, sometimes it might not. And yet your answer to Justice Barrett was, well, everybody just knows that that's the automatic remedy. So can you help me figure out that disconnect?
Well, Justice Jackson, I think there's a reason why this court's voting precedents going all the way back to Shaw 1 are so tied up with race. It's because the remedy, as parties and the courts have understood Section 2 to operate, is almost always going to be race-based. That's why
they're so tied up with race because that's the initial problem, right? That's where
Boom.
That's the beginning.
Boom.
The beginning is the claim that a person
See,
makes under Section
these
2
MAGA
that because of their
motherfuckers
race,
want to
they
act
are not
like
being afforded
there is no race
electoral
anymore. There's no
opportunity.
racial
It is a
problems.
separate
We are
question as to how we go
post-racial,
about remedying
and we
that
simply
and
are
the
not.
extent to which we need to use race as a remedy.
Race
That's
was the
question
problem
we're
in the
on
first
today,
place,
but the
and it
Section
still
2 issue is
exists.
just what circumstances do we look at to determine whether this problem of unequal electoral opportunity on the basis of race is occurring?
Right, and a couple of responses to that, Justice Jackson.
Wait, so can I just ask, why is that not a compelling state interest to identify areas in which that problem is occurring?
Your Honor, of course, as this court recognized in SFFA, states can remedy intentional
No, I'm not talking about the remedy.
discrimination.
I'm talking about
identify.
identify.
Of
All
course.
right, so if I'm right, that Section 2 is about identifying the problem and then requiring some remedy, I don't understand why your answer to Justice Kagan's question about is this a compelling state interest is no. The answer is obviously yes, that you have an interest in remedying the effects of racial discrimination that we identify using this tool. Whether you go too far in your remedy is another issue, right?
Your Honor, I think step zero in all of these cases, it was certainly step zero in the Robinson litigation, is the plaintiffs came in and said, we want another majority black district.
I thought they came in and said, we are not receiving equal electoral opportunity because our votes are being diluted.
Which is the same way of saying we deserve a second
No, it's
majority
not.
black district.
Because that, again, trust me on
she
this.
just fucking cornered the
second
idiot.
electoral or second district is a remedy that
I love
one
this
could,
woman.
offer for a problem that we've identified.
She
And
is
the
fierce.
whole Robinson litigation was about identifying the problem. Is this really happening? In many
She
Section 2
is
cases,
the
the court
smartest
says, "You're
justice
wrong.
on this panel,
You're
folks.
fine.
Amy
There
Coney
not
Barrett
an
is
electoral
second
opportunity
smartest.
being denied to you. Go away. In this case, the court said, I see. I'm looking at the factors. I appreciate what you're saying. You've proven that we have this problem. And so the next question is, how do we go about remedying it?
Right, and the problem, Justice Jackson, that the Middle District identified was not intentional discrimination. And in fact, I think
Why
when
do
I
you
hear
need
my
intentional discrimination to remedy a problem like the one that I've identified?
Because if you're going to use race the way that the Robinson appellants want the court to use race in drawing a second majority minority district, you've got to have a compelling interest.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you,
That's right. Dude, she just fucking nailed him. It is, he's basically saying that there is no intentional racism, and if it winds up being a problem, it's actually not a compelling state interest to address it.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The appellees should prevail here regardless of the grounds on which the court chooses to rely. In today's America, voters like the
I'm
appellees
afraid you're
are
right,
still
Dirty.
being racially stereotyped to place them into single-member districts. If it was ever acceptable under our colorblind constitution to do this, it was never intended
A
to continue
colorblind
indefinitely.
constitution. That
Section 2
is such
effects findings
bullshit.
alone can no longer
Dude,
justify
the only
widespread
reason there
stereotyping of American voters
13 of the
based on
13th,
race
14th, and
in
15th is
violation of the
because the
14th and 15th
Constitution
Amendments.
wasn't
It is
colorblind.
time to reach a question this court has never reached and hold that Section 2 alone is no compelling interest for racially gerrymandering citizens like the appellees today. The court should affirm and direct the district court to order a remedial map in time for the 2026 elections. I welcome any questions.
The last time we had this case, and in the materials that we have, there was quite a bit of discussion in the debate surrounding SB 8 that this district had to be drawn this way, the second district, because of the litigation earlier in the Robinson case. What's your view of the role of Robinson in the development of SB 8?
Well, it has exactly one point of contact, which is the state has admitted that it felt that it had to draw a second majority-minority district because of Robinson to avoid trial in Robinson. They did not want to have a trial during the time it was going to be scheduled, and so they passed the second majority-minority district, and they race predominated in doing that.
When you say race predominated, what exactly do you mean by that?
I just mean to apply the standard from Cooper and.
Well, I mean practically, how is it used in your mind, or in your thinking?
Well, basically the state went to the strongest remaining area of minority population, which was East Baton Rouge. And then they looked about the state for enough minority voters that was still contiguous to the main concentration in East Baton Rouge, and they went to the Northwest. And again, the goal that could not be compromised, which was the standard here, was that they had to draw a second majority minority district, and that made race predominate, both in the direction and in the details of how the lines were drawn.
Mr. Grime, you and the Solicitor General spoke about stereotyping and how there's no place for stereotyping. But I'm wondering what stereotyping has to do with any of this. The requirements of a Section 2 vote dilution claim are essentially that there's residential segregation by race. That's not stereotyping. That's just where people live. And that there is racial bloc voting, essentially that whites won't vote for a black candidate. That's not stereotyping either. That's just what the data shows about racially bloc voting. So I'm wondering how it is that stereotyping gets into this case at all.
Well, Your Honor, two points. First of all, stereotyping is the remedy that occurs when race predominates and is used to sort voters into one district or the other. And the reason that's important is to go back to the second kind of predicate to your question. In a jingle showing, the showing that's made is not that white voters or majority voters won't vote for the minority candidate. The only showing that's currently being made is correlation. And so what we're not seeing in cases today is a showing that we can separate out partisan politics, any partisan motivations that the majority or minority voters have. And so that case could come along, but that's not part of the required showing of jingles the way courts are applying it.
Well, I think that, we've had several cases up here where we've acknowledged that there's some interaction between race and partisan affiliation. Obviously, that's right. And the task for the courts is to separate those things out, which may be hard in a given case, may be easier in a given case. But the only thing that's at issue, the violation, is where there's racially bloc voting. And again, it's just a there. There is currently, in order to prove a Section 2 violation, you have to show that the current conditions, not some old conditions that happened in 1962 or in 1982, but the current conditions are such that there's no equal opportunity for African American voters or some other group because there's racially bloc voting. And I guess I don't see where stereotyping comes into that. It's just there's a there that African Americans can't elect candidates of their choice.
Well, the problem, though, is in the remedy. The problem is that when you are drawing your remedial district, which is the very first part of jingles, that may not be the final district you end up with, but just to reach, I'm covering your question and a question Justice Jackson asked. The very first thing the plaintiff shows is here's the community that was cracked or packed. And so to undo that, you have to look at the race of the voters all around that area, and you've got to make assumptions about them based on statistics, but you've got to make assumptions about what they think and how they vote based on their race, and you're drawing new districts based on that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that we decided in Milligan, because what the state said in Milligan was that the plaintiffs could not use a map that was at all race-based themselves in order to show that there was a way out of this kind of vote dilution, these kinds of vote dilution practices. And the court said, of course you can do something that is race-based, even though not race predominant, that we're not going to insist that you come in and ignore the factor of race when the only reason we're here is because race has played such an integral part in the voting process that people are being deprived of their voting rights because of race.
Well, Justice Kagan, the plurality in that section of Milligan drew the line between race-conscious and race-predominant districting. Race-based appears, and maybe we need to define all of our terms, it appears in the decision. But I think what is clear from that case is that the remedial maps can't allow race to predominate. I mean, the court said that the remedial map, the illustrative map, can't violate the court's redistricting decisions. And of course, there's the entire Shaw line.
I don't think that there's any dispute as to that point, but we're a long way from racial predominance to have the plaintiffs come in with a map that in order to remedy the race-based problem that exists, the violation of voting rights based on race, itself takes race into account.
Well,
that's what Milligan said 3 years ago.
The problem, I mean...
And that wasn't a stereotype issue, and it wasn't a kind of like we're based on past conditions issue. We're based on current conditions, which is that we just proved a violation of people's voting rights based on current conditions.
Stereotyping is always the main injury in a Shaw case. It's always the injury when race predominates. And
but you're asking for changes to Section 2, which is not the Shaw case. That's the confusion. I understood that the illustrative maps that the plaintiffs bring in the beginning of a Shaw case is part of their showing that we have a problem. They're illustrative. They're not what Louisiana picked in this case. They're not what the court requires. The court gives the state, once the violation is established, the opportunity to draw its own map. So they're just showing, like that's just a step that you have to do as a part of your showing that we do have this vote dilution problem in this situation. And as Justice Kagan says, that's all based on current information.
Well, but the question is, what's that is based on current information? It's not a showing of intentional discrimination.
Why does it need to be? Is your suggestion that the only thing that's worthy of remedying is the intentional discrimination by the state?
If the remedy is stereotyping and race-based,
set aside what the remedy is. I just need an answer to the initial question, right? If I'm looking only at Section 2 world, we have a mechanism for identifying race-based dilution and other
here's
kinds
where
of
they
problems.
want to go with this.
Is your view
that
you only are
if it's
entitled
not
to some remedy for
intentional
that?
racist,
If
then
you
the results
demonstrate
of
that the
God's
state
will,
intentionally
that
is causing this to happen to you.
Well, that's not current doctrine under Jingles, but the problem is
that your argument?
That racist results
our argument
don't
is that
matter
if we're going to
if
allow
the original intention
race-based
wasn't
remedy,
racist.
It must be in response to intentional discrimination.
So you don't get a remedy for an actual dilution or problem with your vote, the kinds of things that Congress cared about and that the Constitution requires. You don't get a remedy unless this was intentional on the part of the state with respect to
Exactly. That is colorblind. That's how they want to do this.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito? Justice Sotomayor?
So I'm assuming that the ban on poll taxes, literacy, well, not poll taxes, because those have been eliminated by the 26th Amendment, but that the literacy ban that we have will sunset too?
No, those are not those remedies don't require racial stereotypes.
Listen to the sarcastic Sotomayor.
You have to prove that it affects the races. I mean, I just don't understand the stereotyping concept in the Jingles factors. The Jingles factors is looking at whether these people have their vote is being diluted or if their vote is being taken away from them merely because they're black. And so if that's the case, we have always said that remedying a discrimination, you can use race. Now, you want to add the qualifier, it has to be intentional. But I don't see the 15th Amendment being limited that way. The words of the 15th Amendment are that Congress can stop any practice that dilutes voting. Practice is an act that has an effect. It didn't say intentional dilution of voting. The amendment itself talks about a practice.
Your Honor, this court has never held that the 15th Amendment addresses anything other than intentional discrimination.
No, that's just not true. We, Justin Mulligan, and we've said in a slew of cases, Congress itself said, we're not using intent, we're using effects. And we said that's okay, that's within their power as specified in the 15th Amendment.
But Your Honor, you can only catch the effects as part of an enforcement. That's just the enforcement power at that point. So you're using the enforcement power based on a showing.
Discrimination is the practice.
The case law going back to Katzenbach and...
But Mr. Ryan,
I'm sorry.
Oh, are we,
Yes.
sorry.
Justice Sotomayor.
Well, I'll stop and you pick up.
Justice Kagan.
Sorry. You're all
No, you're not done.
I'm in no hurry.
What we've said, and this goes back umpteen years, and it was said again in Milligan, is that even if the constitutional prohibition is one on purposeful discrimination, Congress can enforce that prohibition under Section 5 of the amendment by way of prohibiting various kinds of effects. And so in Milligan, we said a ban on discriminatory effects is an appropriate method of promoting the purposes of the 15th Amendment. And as I said, that goes back to Katzenbach, it goes back to City of Rome. And I understand that common ground here, including among the SG, is essentially a desire to take us back to an entirely intent-based world. But that is, that is the thing that we tried to do, that Congress prevented us from doing, and that since the amendments of 1982 has been very clear that that you do an effects test for Section 2 in order to vindicate the purposes of the 15th and 14th Amendments.
It's clear what Congress did, but it was using its enforcement power only. It doesn't have the power to change.
I'll take that. I'll take that label. That's fine.
But it was not.
Congress has enforcement power under the 15th Amendment.
But it was not an appropriate use of the enforcement power, and even if it was then, it's not appropriate today because it's not congruent and proportional. And that the court has never held.
And what is this kind of, was it congruent and proportional in 1982? Or is it just like suddenly not congruent and proportional because it's 40 years later? Like, I never understood our congruence and proportionality test, which, by the way, we have never applied to voting. But even if you were to apply it to voting, I've never understood it to have a kind of, Congress has to re-up its congruence and proportionality findings every 10 years or every 6 months or every whatever you want to say it.
Well, City of Bernie and that decision holds up Katzenbach and City of Rome as sort of paradigmatic exercises of this sort of scrutiny, although they're much older. But the point is this, those cases were based on a strong factual record about very particular effects-based prohibitions that had just been used for purposeful discrimination. They were using poll taxes and literacy tests, although facially neutral, to purposely discriminate, and they would keep changing them over time to make sure that they kept the discrimination in place. So that was a very unique circumstance, and Congress recognized that in 1982. It said, we don't have the same kind of record that we built in 1965 under Section 4A to get rid of a literacy test in a certain area, or when we expanded that out in 70 and 75. People were actually using literacy tests, and they were using them in a discriminatory fashion. So but none of those remedies stereotyped.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
So going back to this discriminatory intent point, I guess I'm thinking of it, of the fact that remedial action absent discriminatory intent is really not a new idea in the civil rights laws. And my kind of paradigmatic example of this is something like the ADA. Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act against the backdrop of a world that was generally not accessible to people with disabilities. And so it was discriminatory in effect because these folks were not able to access these buildings. And it didn't matter whether the person who built the building or the person who owned the building intended for them to be exclusionary. That's irrelevant. Congress said the facilities have to be made equally open to people with disabilities if readily possible. I guess I don't understand why that's not what's happening here. The idea in Section 2 is that we are responding to current day manifestations of past and present decisions that disadvantage minorities and make it so that they don't have equal access to the voting system, right? They're disabled. In fact, we use the word disable in Milligan. We say that's a way in which you see that these processes are not equally open. So I don't understand why it matters whether or not the state intended to do that. What Congress is saying is if it is happening, which Section 2 gives us the tools to determine, you gotta fix it.
The difference is that the remedy under the ADA and other anti-discrimination laws is not stereotyping. We don't then...
It's not race-based. I take your point. I take your point. But you're saying then that if the problem of no access is about race, it's just too bad because you can't have a remedy that relates to race.
Absolutely not, Your Honor. It's not whether it relates to race. It's whether the remedy that relates to race involves stereotyping voters and making assumptions about their politics and their views and their thoughts based on their race, and that's the problem. It doesn't exist in those other
So why do we have to
statutes.
change Section 2? Okay, so fine, you say if it's a remedy problem, why aren't we just focused on whether the remedy here, the particular map in Louisiana is predominant, using race, and if so, strict scrutiny applies, and did they narrowly tailor it? I mean, that seems to me to be the problem that you're identifying. The remedy here, you say, is overbroad, it's not using the right factors, it's using race in a stereotypical way. What does that have to do with Section 2 and changing its criteria and adding intent there?
Well, Your Honor, you have to break the link between only using effects on the front end and on the back end using race and stereotyping. That's what you have to break. And I mean, this court warned about that problem,
Okay, I don't see the link, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Mupan?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. I think this court's predominant standard will help clarify a lot of the issues that have been discussed this morning, and will also show why the arguments we're pressing here were neither raised nor rejected in Milligan. So first, under the Constitution, the problem is not the mere consideration of race in districting. The problem is when race subordinates traditional neutral principles and is the factor that cannot be compromised. Second, the problem with Section 2 and Jingles is not that it's an effects test. The problem with the statute is, as construed in Jingles, it's reaching far beyond anything that can reasonably present a risk of intentional discrimination, as in fact making race predominant, is requiring states to subordinate their principles to find a result. The Robinson litigation perfectly exemplifies this. The Robinson plaintiffs could not show a denial of equal openness for Black Democrats. What they could show is that Democrats in Louisiana lost a seat. I welcome this court's questions.
In one of your suggestions in your brief, you mentioned decoupling race and party. One, is there a correlation, particularly among Black voters? And two, how do you decouple them?
So there generally is. The way you would decouple them is you look at primary elections, right? You look to see in the Democratic primary, do white Democrats and Black Democrats vote differently? And that did not happen here. If you look at the Robinson District Court opinion, when they do the steps 2 and 3 of Jingles, and they analyze racially polarized voting, the court expressly said they didn't need to try to decouple race. And they did that because in Jingles, the court never resolved the issue. Justice Brennan said you didn't need to do it, but Justice White refused to join that part of his opinion. And so that's part of the problem here, is that what's going on under Jingles now is it's not actually figuring out whether there's an unfair effect based on race. It's figuring out whether there's an unfair effect based on party. And again, the Robinson case perfectly illustrates this. Justice Alito, as you pointed out, incumbency protection has long been recognized as a traditional race-neutral principle. While the plaintiffs' illustrative maps in Robinson totally departed from incumbency protection because every map they provided would take the state from a 5-1 map to a 4-2 map and require displacing some Republican incumbent.
Counsel, and Justice Kavanaugh pointed to page 2425 of your brief as well. We didn't grant cert on redoing jingles. We granted cert on a totally different question. And we have said over and over again that statutory precedents are entitled to far greater stare decisis protection. Whatever mistakes we have in jingles, Congress has had 40 years to fix them and it hasn't done it. In fact, when they thought we did something wrong, they overruled it and passed Section 2. I don't know how we get to redo jingles when this case didn't involve jingles. The district court in this case didn't apply jingles. It was the district court in the Robinson's case, and it's not the Robinson's case that's before us, it's this case. And so I'm a little bit confused. How do we enter redoing jingles?
So the reason you're there is you asked two questions. One is why it's relevant, and the second is can you do it under stare decisis? So let me address those in turn.
You can do it in whatever order.
Okay. So
tell me, did the district court here apply jingles?
No, because this case comes up as a racial gerrymandering case brought by the Calais plaintiffs. They showed that race predominated.
But that has nothing to do with what the court did here.
It does. The reason it does is because once they showed that race predominated, the burden flipped to the Robinson appellants to show that they had a compelling interest.
Right.
They asserted the compelling interest was Section 2, but if they misapplied Section 2, then they don't have a compelling interest.
But we have said over and over again that the compelling interest is in a state believing that it should remedy something, and it can be wrong.
Not as a matter of law.
We have said that over and over again. Counsel, you're wrong sometimes on a factual basis, sometimes on a legal basis. Wrong is wrong. Whatever you think might be the error, if you still think that it's something that's in your best interest to do, you do it.
Your Honor, that's contrary to this court's holdings in Miller, in Shaw 2, and in Cooper. This court has repeatedly said that if you have an incorrect reading of Section 2, or Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, that is not a compelling interest. The court has applied the good faith standard under strict scrutiny to errors of fact, not errors of law. In Miller and Shaw, the DOJ browbeat states into creating multiple majority-minority districts, and they all thought they were doing it under Section 5. They were acting in good faith. The DOJ was browbeating them. But this court said that is not a compelling interest because the DOJ was wrong about what Section 5 meant.
That hasn't been the allegation here.
That is the allegation here. The allegation here is that the Robinson court was wrong about what Section 2 meant. They completely misapplied Section 2, even actually under Milligan, let alone under the proper way to interpret Section 2. Again, Justice Alito, 3 points. First, they ignored incumbency protection. If you look at what the district court said, they said they protected incumbency because Julia Letlow could still live in her district. She would lose, but she could still live there. That's not incumbency protection. 2, they did the exact thing that this court held in LULAC is not a compact district. As you said, they took blacks from Baton Rouge and blacks at the north of the state and jammed them together. Yeah, it's a nice rectangular district. It's very pretty, but it's not compact. And then third, they didn't control for racially polarized voting. So they just said that blacks vote differently from whites, which just basically means Democrats in Louisiana vote differently from Republicans in Louisiana. That's not racially polarized voting. That is not the proper interpretation of Section 2, and it is exactly why Section 2 is leading to racially predominant results, where you're essentially using Section 2 to undo political outcomes. And that is an unconstitutional reading of the statute. And so the reason to get to your first part of your question, why should you revisit jingles? Because we don't think it's consistent with
who gives a fuck
well, we
about how people vote.
So now the statute's unconstitutional. Stare decisis is about respect for Congress.
Oh, this is so
and respect
much
for stability.
bullshit.
If this court has created a constitutional problem in the statute, this court should fix it.
Can you say more about why there's a constitutional problem with the statute?
Yes. So, as I was saying, the problem here is jingles, as it's been interpreted, essentially imposes liability based on making the state take race and predominate over race-neutral criteria. Again, using Robinson as an example.
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
So incumbency protection is a
Really?
traditional neutral principle.
She's the smartest justice on the bench right now there, American man.
But I thought you said Robinson was wrong, so then we just changed that understanding. Why does
See,
that create
she
a
just keeps
constitutional
up
problem?
better.
No, it's wrong.
Keep up,
The way it was
American
wrong is
man.
It required the state to subordinate race-neutral principles to race. And let me use Milligan.
And we say, and Jingles requires that?
So the way.
So it was consistent with Jingles, and Jingles is wrong, or it was inconsistent with Jingles, and we should say that.
It's the interpretation of Jingles that was adopted in Milligan is the real problem here. And so this is the pages in our brief that Justice Kavanaugh cited a couple times. The fundamental problem is when this court said in Milligan that as long as the plaintiff's illustrative map is roughly equivalent to the state's map, that's enough to satisfy Jingles. What that meant is you're basically telling the state that you have to subordinate your weighing of your neutral principles and go a different direction just because of race. Let me give you an analogy that I think will make this a little bit clearer. Imagine if Congress had passed a statute that said LSU, if you have a white student and a black student who are roughly equivalent on your admissions criteria, you must pick the black student. Of course that would be unconstitutional. That would be subordinating
Yeah, but
their...
do you agree with my view that under Section 2, you're not alone mandating a particular result? That Section 2 is just about identifying the problem?
And I agree with that.
If that's the case, then it doesn't matter that the Section 2 analysis is showing you that there could be another way to do this. It
depends what you define as the problem. And the problem with Section 2 as construed in Jingles and Milligan is they are defining as a problem that there's another way of drawing the district that would help blacks, even though there's no reason to think that it's either intentionally discriminatory or even a significant risk of intentional discrimination.
But why is intentional discrimination the bedrock? They're not just
She's more articulate than Marjorie Manny Green.
Is consistent with what Jingles is actually requiring.
Because the Constitution prohibits intentional discrimination, and Justice Barrett, as you pointed out, this is enforcement legislation. So we agree. It's
Now
not
look
an
at him turning to Justice
to at
Barrett
least be
instead
smoking
of
out
talking
conduct that
directly to the
presents a
justice
significant
who
risk
is
of intentional
talking to
discrimination.
him.
That's the phrase that this court used in Bernie, is the phrase that this court used in
Look at him going, he's trying to pull these other justices into it because he can't handle her.
White Democrats in West Virginia, they don't get districts drawn.
Now
White
we're talking
Democrats
West
have
Virginia.
Zero representation in West Virginia, even though they're a significant percentage of the state. The reason why Section 2, it's being construed in Jingles as a problem, is it's saying that you have to create a district for black Democrats that you would never create for white Democrats in a Republican state. It's
See,
essentially being
look at
used
him.
as
See,
a reverse
this is the
partisan
fucking
gerrymander
problem.
on purely
Okay,
racial
he is
grounds.
identifying
And that is a
race and politics
And the
instead
test
of
we've
just
identified in our
dealing.
brief would solve
Dude,
that problem.
the politics don't matter. That's not the argument.
Remembering correctly, suggesting that Milligan was consistent with your position in this case. And then, of course, you've mentioned its discussion of Jingles is not. I wonder if you could explain that a little further, to what extent it's consistent and to what extent it's not.
Yeah, so most of the arguments we're making in this case were
Look,
not
these
made in that case,
motherfuckers
not
are
made in that case.
naked
There is
in
one
wanting to.
aspect of our argument that
We
isn't
care
consistent with
about the
Jingles,
right
with
to
Milligan.
vote. How we vote
aspect
is
that's inconsistent
not
is what I was discussing
anyone's
earlier.
business.
The part of Milligan where it said that it's
They want a
reasonably
tie.
configured
There's
so long as it's roughly
fucking,
equivalent. We think that that is wrong, and we think that that
the
aspect of the opinion is
partisanship
what
to
causes
race.
all the racial
That's
predominance.
exactly what they're
Because again,
doing.
if you take a step back and think about two possibilities. Possibility one is the plaintiffs come in and their map is superior to the state's map on the state's own principles. Then we think it's okay to have a results test, because in that circumstance, you're not telling the state they have to subordinate their race-neutral principles. You're essentially enforcing their own race-neutral principles in a situation where there's either intentional discrimination or at least a significant risk of intentional discrimination. But conversely, in a situation where it's equivalent, you're basically telling the state, look, you could have
100%
done this
dirty,
either
dude.
way. You want to do it
100%.
way A, you have to do it way B. Why? Only because of race. That's what makes it predominant, and that's the one aspect of Milligan that we disagree with. But
Thank you, Justice Thomas, Justice Alito.
Well, I think you may be too hard on Milligan, because Alabama in Milligan did not argue that it had drawn those maps based on.
Yeah, they don't do video in the Supreme
I agree,
Court.
and that's why I started
Probably
my
never
answer to the
will,
Chief Justice
Yeti.
by saying
Audio is
all the
all we
arguments
get.
we're making here were not made by Alabama. Alabama made a series
As
of
a matter of
much
fact,
broader
federal
arguments about how
courts don't
you
do
can't consider
video
race at all. The plaintiffs have to draw their maps
at all,
race blind.
if I recall.
You ultimately have to find intent. We're not arguing any of that, and I agree with you. Alabama, for whatever reason, didn't argue that incumbency protection and partisan advantage were the reasons for their map. And after Rucho, it's clear that those are traditional race-neutral principles that cannot be subordinated by Section 2.
Yeah, and I think that's consistent with the fundamental analysis in Milligan for reasons that I tried to bring out during my questioning of Ms. Nelson. The first Gingell's precondition, as described correctly in Milligan, is that the minority group must be sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a reasonably configured district, and a district is reasonably configured if it comports with traditional districting criteria. And since Rucho, seeking a partisan advantage is a permissible legislative objective, just like incumbent protection. So therefore, that should figure in the first Gingell's precondition.
It absolutely should, and in this case, in Robinson in particular, the state did argue incumbency protection. And if you look at what the Robinson District Court said, it actually said that, oh, we satisfied incumbency protection. She still lives in the district. She's going to lose, but she still lives there. That can't possibly be right.
And then again, on block voting, again, the Rucho issue was not involved in Milligan, but if block voting is understood properly to mean voting on the basis of race but not on the basis of partisan politics, then that must also be considered under Gingell's, right?
Absolutely. And it matters, right? Because on our position, again, we agree that Section 2 can have a constitutional scope, and our view of the results test would apply in exactly the situation where racially polarized voting properly understood exists. So think of an area like Harlem, for example. You've got white Democrats, black Democrats, and Hispanic Democrats who all live around the same area and who probably have, at least sometimes, different candidates of choice. If the state of New York were to draw a map in a way that departs from their normal principles and favors one of those racial groups, that's the sort of situation where Section 2 could come in and say, well, there's racially polarized voting, you've departed from traditional principles, there's a reason to be worried. And this isn't just a partisan thing. You can imagine the same thing on the Republican side. Imagine Florida. If you have a part of Florida where you have white Republicans and Hispanic Republicans, and same thing, the Florida legislature draws it in a way that departs from traditional principles and favors one or the other racial group. But what you can't have is merely just showing that a Republican legislature favored Republicans with whether or not they're white or black. And there's just no reason in the world to think that the Louisiana legislature would have done anything different in this case if every black Democrat in Louisiana was a white Democrat.
Let me ask you about...
there's every reason, you fucker.
So the 15th Amendment pretty clearly requires intentional discrimination. And the 1982 amendment to the Voting Rights Act walked away from intentional discrimination. But my reading of your position is that Congress's enforcement power under Section 2 of the 15th Amendment allows it to go beyond intentional discrimination for this reason. Proving intentional discrimination is difficult in part because it's really hard, it's always hard to figure out what legislative intent is. What was the intent of the legislature in enacting a map? Do you look at stray statements here or there by legislators, plus a finding of intentional discrimination accuses the state of a serious wrongdoing? So it's permissible to go beyond intentional discrimination to this extent, to identify factors that strongly support a finding of intentional discrimination. And that's what was involved in White versus Register, which figured very prominently in the drafting of the 1982 amendment. So if that's what you're doing, it is congruent and proportional in that respect. Is that a correct understanding?
That is, and if I could just amplify a couple of points. So we agree the Constitution prohibits intent. Congress's enforcement power can let them go beyond that to an effects test, a properly tailored one that gets at a significant risk. And that avoids a lot of the difficulties of actually having to prove intent by a preponderance of the evidence. And if it is actually tailored, if the statute itself is tailored to things that have a significant risk, then we don't actually think you necessarily need to have a temporal limit in the statute itself. So that's why, Justice Sotomayor, for example, the bans on tests, literacy tests, we think those are fine, even though there's no end date in that statute, because those are well-known, highly likely to be intentionally discriminatory laws, even if they're not always. But the problem we have here is that the way Section 2 has been construed under Jingles and its progeny is so far from the things that are likely intentionally discriminatory, and indeed are affirmatively compelling gerrymanders that are unconstitutional. If that is ever permissible, it could only have been based on the centuries worth of discrimination that existed in 1965.
One final question. I'm sorry to take up so much time, but I would like you to address what Solicitor General Aguinaga said about the practical problems he fears your approach would cause.
So I'm not sure I really understand what his concerns are. I think the way we've articulated the test, the plaintiffs have to come in and show that they have a map that is superior to the state's map on the state's own race-neutral principles, including its political objectives. I think the thing that the Solicitor General primarily focused on is confusion about what it means to be predominant. I think we agree completely with them that the phrasing of the standard is race a criteria that could not be compromised? Have you subordinated race to traditional principles? And if you apply that test, I'm not saying that there won't be difficulties on the margins of how to apply it. There will be new cases. You know, Your Honor wrote the opinion for this court in Brinovich. It was the first time that the court had ever adopted the test for vote denial under Section 2. I'm sure there were cases afterwards, but that test was well tailored to the text of the statute and its purposes. And what we're essentially saying in this case is you should do to Section 2 as opposed to vote dilution what the court has already done as applied to vote denial. It should adopt a test that's tailored.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor? The bottom line is just get rid of Section 2, because the test you're providing doesn't do anything for the effects test that Congress identified. We did say in Kassenbach, we've said it repeatedly, that legislation need only be plainly adapted to addressing discrimination practices in voting, right?
Yes.
All right? The standard that you're setting is a much different one. It has to substantially be addressing this issue. Number two, what you're suggesting is that people of one race, blacks in Louisiana, who will have to be 51% of the population before they'll be able to elect another black candidate. Because what you're saying is partisanship is non-negotiable. You have to create maps where you're going to have 6 districts out of 7 always white, because that's our partisanship. That means blacks never have a chance, no matter what their number is, until they reach more than 51%.
So I don't think that's true for a lot of reasons, Your Honor. So the first is, as I think the General pointed out, even without Section 2, there's no reason to assume that states are going to try to crack every single minority district. And the reason why
the illustrative maps showed that a map drawn without looking at race and partisanship together would have created 2 districts. Compact in all traditional ways, it would have been District 2 and District 6 around the Baton Rouge and 2 other counties that were tied historically and otherwise. And politics, you say, not race, is what led the state not to give them another district.
So I'll say several things, Your Honor. First, I don't agree with your characterization that the illustrative maps were compact. They combined blacks in different parts of the state, just the way this court said.
No,
you
you're
can't do it
talking
with black.
about the last the state's chosen map.
No, I'm not.
The map
plaintiff's
that
illustrative map, if
the
you look at
illustrative
District
map
5.
was better. The illustrative map 2 and 6 were combined, but 2, even in the original map, was not all that compact.
Justice Sotomayor, as Justice Alito pointed out, I'm not disputing the compactness of the district. I agree they drew a very pretty rectangle. The problem is that in the very pretty rectangle, the blacks lived in the south and the north. And they took two very different groups of black people and put them together.
The problem is that all of this map is that way. North and
Right,
south,
but they did it
east
for
and
racial
west.
reasons, and the state did it for non-racial reasons.
Well, really, in excluding the blacks, they did it for racial reasons.
No, Your Honor, there's no argument for that. As Justice Alito pointed out, the state's maps have been pre-cleared twice by the Department of Justice. So the suggestion that the fact that the prior maps were 5-1 maps is not, there's no basis to say that that was for racial reasons. And again, West Virginia, 0 Democratic districts. There's a lot of white Democrats in West Virginia. There's just no reason to assume that because there's a large Democratic population in Louisiana that doesn't have a district, that that's a racial reason rather than a partisan reason.
If you can't separate out the two, it's impossible.
But you can separate out the two. You can control for party, and you can require them to draw a map that meets the political objectives. And again, and the last thing that you said earlier, that means Section 2 has no effect. That's not true. The examples I gave you earlier about areas like Harlem and in Florida where you have of the same party and of the state that controls that party, differences in the races, that's where Section 2 does work. And by the way, that was sort of in Jingles. In Jingles, there was showing you could control for partisan effect. There was racially polarized voting even within the Democratic Party. That's where Section 2 matters, where you have a reason to think that a racial group is being treated.
You have some of that here, too. You have proof of that here.
No, you don't. What you have here is that Republicans and Democrats are different. There's
No, you have some that even white Republicans or white Democrats won't vote for black candidates.
Right, but if these were white Democrats, there's no reason to think they would have a second district. None. And so what is happening here is their argument is because these Democrats happen to be black, they get a second district. If they were all white, we all agree they wouldn't get a second district. That is literally the definition of race subordinating traditional principles.
Justice Kagan?
Mr. Mookman, just a quick, possibly digressive question. You're not contesting that if a state uses and predominantly uses race-based criteria in order to achieve partisan goals, that's
Agree. That's
impermissible
under Cooper in a bunch of cases. And we agree with that.
That's all I wanted to know.
Mrs. Gorsuch?
Just a couple of questions about the practical implications that Justice Alito is touching on and some of your colleagues have as well. How do we control for state political objectives? I mean, you say, well, that's easy to do. Is it the number of incumbent seats that they want to protect? Is it the level at which they think protection is appropriate? Say, I need 55% of the population to be registered Republicans or Democrats. Do they get to say that? Does the state get to say, I not only want 5 incumbents protected, but I want them really protected? That's one example. You know, does the state have to say that when it's legislating, or can it come in later in the litigation and say that? Can a court, and I'm just spinning out a few things for you, you can just respond to them how you want. Can a court second guess those and say, those are not really the state's purposes, that they're just litigation position? How's a court supposed to handle that? And then I've got some more for you.
So the same way this court already handles that in racial gerrymandering cases like Alexander. Yes, the state can come in with whatever their political objectives are. If they want to say it's not just a 6-1 map, it's a 6-1 map with a certain percentage because we want to make sure certain people are safe, really safe, and we're willing to tolerate a little bit more risk elsewhere, it's up to them to set what their political objectives are as long as they are race neutral. Now, can a court second guess that? Yes. If they say, look, these are our interests and the map as drawn is inconsistent with that in a bunch of ways, a court could say we don't believe that.
Well, what if the map is consistent with it? Can I still try and disprove it?
Well,
So
no.
that wasn't really, I mean, that's what the map does, but that's not really what they were after.
So if you could try to bring an intentional discrimination case and say that it's pretextual.
How about cohesion, right? You know, you say, well, you got to segregate out members of one race or another based on their party affiliations and crossover voting and how much they really won't vote for somebody of the other race, even if they're the same party. How much cohesion is enough? I mean, very rarely is it going to be that there's zero crossover voting and 100% cohesion, and vice versa. It's going to be areas of gray. And are we then into a business perhaps of stereotyping?
So the court's never made clear what level of cohesion is necessary. I think the right way—
That's why I'm asking you.
Right. I think the right way to think about it analytically is if the plaintiffs have an illustrative map that satisfies our first criteria, right? That they're—
Yep, no, this is another criteria.
Right. So assuming they've satisfied that, then the question is there enough black cohesiveness that they can win the district? So you would have to look to see how much black cohesion is there and how much white crossover voting is there. And if together they can predictably and safely win the district, then they've satisfied—
What's predictably and safely? I mean, those are nice qualifying words. I mean, does it have to be just 50 plus 1? Does it have to be 60? You know,
Well,
I mean,
so I think—
how does a judge make that decision?
I think the courts, what they've usually done is looked at how the map would have performed in prior elections. You don't just look at one because there can be—
Oh, you can run thousands of these things. I mean, we've got computers now. I mean, goodness, of course. And you're going to have data points all over the place. But a judge is going to have to draw a line. And I'm wondering how the judge draws that line.
So we have lots of concerns with how Jingles has applied over time, but this isn't one of them. This seems to have been—
Well, this will be the next problem if we go your way, is all I'm suggesting.
I don't think so, Your Honor. And if your concern is, well, instead, let's just scrap Section 2 entirely.
No, I'm not asking that. That isn't my question. I'm asking— I'm listening to everything everybody is telling me. I'm asking you about your proposal.
Right. And so I guess my point is, if the concern with our proposal is that you will have to answer cohesiveness questions that require some amount of empirical showing, what's the alternative?
Okay, I got it. It's always the bear. I'm outrunning a bear. I got it. Okay. Predominance. What does that mean? I know it's throughout our case law, and I know you say it can't be compromised. Is that a but-for causation test? Is that a proximate causation test? What is it?
I don't think it's but-for. I think—
Well, but-for can't be compromised. It means it's an essential component. It wouldn't have happened but-for. Okay, so it's not but-for.
It's not but-for. The way the court has described it as—
Is it a proximate cause?
I don't think that's the right way of thinking
It's not
about
a proximate cause. So what is it?
I think the way the court has described it is it's a factor that could not be compromised and where race-neutral principles were subordinated to it. So this case is a very easy case to analyze that because the race-neutral principles of incumbency protection were—
I'm not worried.
Okay,
I'm focusing on your test going forward, not this case.
So let me help you this way then, because I think the question is when is predominance not satisfied where race is considered? I'll give you two examples.
Yeah, I mean, under our normal equal protection jurisprudence, we don't ask whether race predominated. We say you don't discriminate on the basis of race, period.
So let me give you two examples where race is considered, but under the predominance test, it wouldn't be satisfied. And that's why, for example, this court has said that the intentional creation of a majority-minority district does not alone show predominance, and we agree with them about that. So here's one example. The map drawer doesn't consider race at all, uses race-neutral principles. The computer spits out two maps that are totally equivalent. To pick between them, they say, okay, we'll use the one that has a majority.
But that gives rise to an inference of intentional discrimination. There's no other explanation that can be provided in your hypothetical. That's intentional discrimination. That's not predominance. That's choosing on the basis of race.
Again, neither of this court's formulations of predominance are met on that fact pattern. You can't say that race-neutral principles were subordinated. They weren't. And you can't say that the race was non-negotiable. It wasn't. So that's one example. Another example would be if you use race-neutral principles and the best map happens to be a majority-minority district, and then someone tries to say, don't draw that map, draw a different map for some other reason. And they say, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to get rid of a black district.
That's intentional as well. Okay.
Again, I agree with you. My whole point is what this court has said again and again and again.
Oh, I know what it said. I just don't know what it means.
I think it means exactly what I'm saying, that it's not enough for it to be intent. Okay. It has to be that race-neutral principles are subordinated to race.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Well, I'm going to pick up right there because I had a lot of questions about your use of the word predominance as well, which the amicus briefs on your side say that word has been hopeless, I think, in trying to figure out what it means. What I've understood it to mean over time in the jurisprudence in this area is that race does not predominate if the district, even though drawn based on race, is reasonably configured and compact. Is that what you think?
Yes and no, right? So
that's not as helpful.
I know. And so here's the issue. This court has recognized the test is whether race neutral principles are subordinated to race. If you don't comply with traditional principles, then clearly you have subordination. But what this court held in cases like Bethune Hill and Cooper, and we agree with that, is if you just are dead set on drawing a 55% black district, but you manage to do it in a way that's consistent with traditional principles, that is still racial subordination. But here's the really important point for this case. We are not arguing, absolutely not arguing, what Alabama argued in Milligan, which is that the plaintiffs can't consider race, and that the plaintiffs can't have a 55%.
I understand that.
And what does matter
but it seems like your position is you can use, the state can use race a little bit.
If we're talking about the state
It's kind
acting,
of like the Bakke kind of thing. It's a race.
yes. If you're talking about if you're talking about the state acting in the first instance wholly apart from Section 2, yes, our position and this court's position has been you can consider race, and the reason why is because redistricting is a complicated, multi-factor inquiry where lots of the permissible factors highly correlate to race, and if you don't have a standard like predominance, as this court recognized in Alexandria, every partisan gerrymander case will become a racial gerrymander case because they will always come in and say, aha, you must have.
But where it predominates, I'm repeating myself now, is where the district becomes not compact, not reasonably configured.
That is one way it becomes race doesn't predominate. The other way is if they just set out to say, I'm going to draw a 55% black district, and then they backfill from there. Because
that's race predominating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But importantly for our purposes, in a Section 2 case, when we say that race can't predominate in the step 1 of Jingles, we are not focused on what the plaintiffs do. The plaintiffs can absolutely consider race.
I got that.
The court has to conclude that their map is better than the state's map. And then you avoid predominance.
I got that. Okay, so then what I viewed as the real innovation of your brief that we have not considered before, as you point out, is the material on page 25, the political objectives. Yes. And that strikes me as new, but also new because we haven't considered it before.
So I think that's right. I don't think this court has ever squarely considered it. I think part of the reason the court is—
What's the rationale for why it's consistent for what we have allowed before?
Because it is another traditional race-neutral principle. It is one that hasn't been urged as frequently, in part because it was unclear whether partisan gerrymandering—
Because of Rucho. I mean, pre-Rucho.
Right, pre-Rucho. But post-Rucho, it is totally clear that that is a permissible criteria. Indeed, in Rucho, the court described it as ignoring the good faith inference that the legislatures do to not consider their political objectives.
Got it. And is it also, though, part of constitutional avoidance?
Yes, again, because—
So there are two things. It's hasn't been considered before, and it avoids constitutional problems if we fold page 25.
That's absolutely right. Again, I think one thing to remember here is Jingles was written in 1985. It was 10 years before this court wrote Shaw and Miller and all the predominance cases. There's just no way Jingles would have ever been written the way it was if it was decided after those cases. Okay. That is an intervening change in law that has created constitutional issues, and I think the court should modify Jingles to reflect that.
Got it. Two more, sorry. Do you agree with Louisiana on the Constitution?
In part, but not entirely.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so we don't think that it is unconstitutional for Congress to have any results test, or that the current results test can't survive if it's construed the way we've proposed.
What if it were not construed the way you want it to be construed? What is your position on the temporal point?
So if it was construed differently than we've proposed, we do think it's unconstitutional, both because of the temporal point and because of its scope just to begin with. Right?
To be clear, you're not saying Section 2 is unconstitutional. Section 2, as applied to redistricting to the extent it requires the intentional use of race to create districts, if there's no change in Jingles, that's your position.
I agree with all of that, except instead of the word intentional, I would say use the word predominant. But with that caveat, yes.
Yes, got that. Okay, last, this is picking up on Justice Gorsuch. I think your Harlem hypo is very challenging because, I mean, you get into elections and you're micro-analyzing the data. White Democrats and black Democrats are not necessarily, there's going to be a lot of times differences in that, and you say that triggers the finding of polarization, correct?
Yeah, if there is.
I mean, how big a difference does that have to be?
Again, I think the right way of.
It's like 10-point difference.
I think the right way of thinking about it is if you start with their step one, which is what would the map look like if they'd done it on race-neutral grounds, and then say, is there enough polarization that the minority group who would have been in that district could have won, then they can satisfy steps 1 and 2.
Thank you.
If there's one last point I can make, Your Honor, which is you had asked a question earlier about the practical consequences of our position. I just do want to emphasize one thing about that, which is if you look at Congress today, there are roughly 60 black representatives. If you look at the districts, there are only 15 majority black districts. So even if we're not even urging Section 2 to be eliminated, but even if you eliminated Section 2 entirely, fully 75% of the black congressmen in this country are in districts that are not protected by Section 2. So it is simply not the case that adopting any of the positions on this side, let alone our position.
Just to be fair, they're not arguing for eliminating Section 2 entirely. I think they would disagree with that characterization.
But under any view of it, none of these positions is going to lead to there being no black representation in Congress or anything remotely approaching that.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Barrett?
Okay,
One hopefully very straightforward question. It's really just to clarify.
The argument isn't
said
no
just now to Justice
representation,
Kavanaugh,
it's
and, I think this would be in
underrepresentation.
your brief too, that your position would require a modification of Jingles. Is that necessarily true? Is there a way to say it's a clarification of Jingles? I mean, Jingles is a 40-year-old precedent.
So,
big ask to change it.
Yeah. So most of what we are urging, I think, could be described as a clarification. So we have 3 key points in our brief. One is about how you do recently configured. The second is about how you do racially polarized voting. And the third is how you do the totality of circumstances inquiry. The last 2, I think, can fairly be described as a clarification because the court has never really grappled with exactly how the totality works, and it has expressly left open the question of racially polarized voting. As to the first part, the reasonably configured, most of what we're saying is consistent with most of this court's cases, but after Milligan, I do have to acknowledge that that aspect of what we're urging, that it's not enough that it be reasonably equivalent, that the plaintiff's map has to be superior, that is undoubtedly a modification. But I would say it is no greater of a modification than, for example, what this court did in Kaiser when it retained our but tweaked it in various ways. So I certainly think it's consistent with stare decisis.
Okay, thank you.
Justice Barrett?
That was tweaking.
Sorry, Justice Jackson.
Sorry. The plaintiff's map has to be superior in your view under this new part insofar as it uses race-neutral criteria. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
And that's what was asked for by Alabama. And so you'd be saying that that would require a change to what we said.
No, Alabama didn't argue that. The problem with what Alabama argued is Alabama basically said the plaintiffs had to come up in court and without considering race at all, somehow magically show up with the 50% district. We're not arguing that, and it didn't make much sense, so it's not surprising.
Oh, I thought they were saying you had to have race-neutral drawing. That was the whole thing about the computers.
No, so they had some weird thing about computers, which again, is not what we're arguing.
But it's crucial to this point. Their weird thing about computers was you have to demonstrate as the plaintiff that you have a race-neutral map, and that's what you're saying right now.
It's a very different thing. Yes, they both use the word race neutral, but what Alabama did was something about computers that I frankly don't understand. What we are arguing is simply under the state's own principles,
right,
their map has to be better. That I do understand.
All right, and then my final question, it just goes to that point, because I'm struck by your, the degree to which your analysis relies on the state's departing from traditional principles. You say you get to Section 2 when they, Section 2 violation when they do that. And I guess I just wonder why that doesn't leave us in a position where you really cannot remedy the effects of race discrimination operating in a district based on past discriminatory choices. In other words, you're still bringing in intent because you're saying you have to intentionally depart from your traditional principles on the basis of race, and that's what's going to trigger Section 2. And I have, for example, the Louisiana historian's brief, where it talks about how the reason why you have blacks in different places is because the residential patterns in the state are still reflective of where enslaved communities lived along this particular river system. And that residential segregation, along with disparities in political power, economic status, health outcomes, all of these things are existent today because they reflect institutional choices that are traceable to Jim Crow and reproduced through contemporary practices. That last part is a quote from them. So I appreciate that you want to say when the state comes with their new map, we have to look at the extent to which in drawing it, they have departed from traditional principles on racial grounds. What I'm suggesting is what do we do with the situation in which the state keeps presenting the same map? They're not departing, their map looks fine, but because of all of these race-based effects, because of the history of Jim Crow, which I appreciate happened a long time ago, but I'm positing, and Jingles allows for us to see where those effects are still occurring. I hear your test not allowing us to solve for that problem when the state is continuing to present the same map under circumstances in which people are not actually being able to have equal electoral opportunity.
So I guess I'll say three things about that, Your Honor. The first is, again, our position, it does not require intent. I agree that at step one, we're saying you have to consider race-neutral principles, but if they've departed from that, we think you could find liability based on the effect without making a finding that they did it for intentional discriminatory reasons. Now, second, you pointed to the fact that it's possible that these effects stem from long distance.
Can I just ask you, why do they have to depart? What if they just keep on doing the same thing? They're not changing the map. I thought Section 2's whole point was that you gotta offer a remedy, you gotta have a remedy where this thing is happening. So the well-intentioned state with no intent to discriminate says, the census has changed, this is where people live, but we're just gonna provide our same map. And if we can determine that that map, under those circumstances, is not providing for electoral opportunity, regardless of whether they've departed from traditional principles, I thought you had to solve for that.
And I guess our point is you don't.
You don't. It's only where they depart from traditional principles.
It's only where you could say that it's either intentionally or likely intentionally discriminatory.
So intent does come in.
You don't have to prove it by a preponderance of the evidence.
I see.
It's any other results test.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Ms. Nelson?
28 months ago, this court made it pellucidly clear that Section 2 is constitutional and that there needs not be a race-neutral map that is presented as part of the illustrative maps. Many questions that are presented by my opponents on the other side have been asked and answered in Milligan. What is also clear is that Louisiana is emblematic of the ongoing need for Section 2. For example, we're talking about how close this may come to intent or results. If we look simply at the evidence here in Louisiana, we see that Louisiana had shifting justifications for its map whenever it was presented with a map that met or beat its criteria and gave Black voters an equal opportunity to participate in the process. It rejected those maps. The court in Robinson also relied on the fact that there has never been a Black candidate elected on a statewide basis. Even when white Democrats won an election in 2019, Black Democrats lost. My opponents here would like to make this a partisan issue because they believe the case law will enable their case to prevail, but it does not. This is about race. Section 2 and the Voting Rights Act is laser focused on eliminating racial discrimination from our electoral process, regardless of party. And if we look at many of the Black Congress people who were elected, they came out of Section 2 opportunity districts. They don't have to be majority minority districts. Many of them are crossover districts. And so if we remove Section 2, we also recognize that there will likely be a resurgence of discrimination because Section 2 plays a deterrent effect. States are drawing maps with Section 2 in mind. In fact, Local Rule 21 in Louisiana says that the state must comply with Section 2. The fact that HB 1, which was the original map, was pre-cleared by the Department of Justice means very little. Retrogression is an entirely different standard from what Section 2 is looking at. Retrogression means the state of Louisiana cannot go backwards. Section 2 is talking about whether there is active discrimination right now preventing the additional opportunities for Black voters who meet all of the Jingles preconditions to have an equal opportunity to participate in the process. Requiring plaintiffs to control for party is helpful if that evidence exists, and it did to some extent in Robinson, where we put on evidence about Democratic elections and the preferences of white voters that still preferred white Democrats over Black Democrats, but that is not the only question. If that evidence is available, and I will remind the court it's not often available if there aren't primary elections or if we are looking at more down ballot elections, not just the congressional elections at issue here, that evidence is useful, but if there is significant racially polarized voting, that has already been shown to be probative of intentional, of discrimination that comes very close to intentional discrimination. What Congress did in Section 2 was strike a very careful balance of using factors like white re-register, like the Zimmer factors, to bring us as close to a finding of intent without making the full accusation and without requiring that conclusion on the part of courts. So we should not downplay, as my opponents have, the robust nature and exacting requirements of a Jingles test, and also remind ourselves that the City of Rome in 1980 made very clear that Congress can address effects beyond what the 15th Amendment requires. I'll close by saying that in Bush v. Vera, this court said that it must be particularly concerned about changing its decisions or rejecting stare decisis in cases that involve a sensitive political context like this one. That calls the court's legitimacy into question in a unique way. My opponents here have not done the labor of showing that precedent should be overturned. They haven't addressed Janus, they haven't addressed Ramos. They've simply said that we should overturn or tweak the precedent that governs Section 2, and I would say that there's no record to support that in this case, and this court would be remiss to not require that if it is entertaining any significant modifications of Section 2. Any further neutering of Section 2 would resurrect the 15th Amendment as a mere parchment promise, and we ask the court to remand. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are staying, please remain seated. If you are staying, please remain seated. Thank you.
All right. Well, looks like this case is submitted as well. Let's see. We are at a little bit over 4 hours. Seems like a good place to stop. There could be a late afternoon or evening show. Not sure. So let us see if there's anything to talk about. But in the meantime, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Please make sure that if you're new, try the show out. Subscribe if you like it. Recommend it if you do like it. And I think I have a couple things to talk about this this afternoon, but I do have some questions. I'm not sure that the evening show should even continue. Tends to be a little light. So anyway, we will talk about it.